chapter 2, verse 3. It reads as follows. Do not be selfish. Don't try to impress others. Be humble. Think of others as better than yourselves. Verse 4. Do not look out only for your own interest, but take an interest in others too. These are the words that are troubling me as a pastor. As pastors, we are people of authority. We understand authority. We are in government because we are governing in our own communities. But these are the ways that are troubling me, that we must not be selfish, self-centered, think about ourselves. Now, when I was thinking about this, Madam Speaker, I thought of, we are gathered here as councillors, mayors coming from different political parties. But the interest is not about political parties, but it's about the communities that we serve, the people that are living in those communities that we serve. So it's one of those things that we really need to look at as South Africa. We need to look at as government. We need to look at as institutions, because we are serving people, regardless of our own interest, regardless of our own political affiliations. But at the end of the day, there are people on the bottom. There are three things I highlighted that we, as the councillor, are responsible for. One of them is the issue of law enforcement agencies. It lies within our municipalities. It lies within our council. When you look, this is being ignored. The issue of law enforcement. For example, we've got a problem. When you look at our communities, taverns, they close 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sure there's no license that allows a tavern to close as late as 4 o'clock in the morning. The question becomes, where are the law enforcement agencies? And that lies with this house, and that lies with this municipality, to make sure that those things are being enforced. You see taverns being opened close to the schools, and there are bylaws that speaks to that. And this council is quiet, and this leadership is quiet. And these are the things that we need to address, forgetting about where we are coming from, forgetting about our affiliation, but think about the people that we are servicing. And also the second one is the issue of moral regeneration, which the government is busy pronouncing, which the government is busy pushing. We are living in a community where morals are so low, where morals don't exist. It's easy to kill someone. It's easy to stab someone just for a cell phone. Why? Because of the lack of morality. Now, the government is in a process of bringing churches to the issue of moral regeneration. But you can't do this if churches do not have sites for them to be able to practice what they're supposed to practice to change the moral regeneration. And we have seen this house and we have seen this council approving developments which we appreciate in our communities. You can mention some of Lutuli. There's no church site there. There's no crèche there. Early childhood development plan. Next to Makiba, there's a development there, beautiful houses, no church site there, no what you call early childhood development. In JCC camp, you can look, it lies with this house. And if we want to change the morale of our people, we need to make sure that we allow the churches to be involved. What then happens if the house or the place does not have church or early childhood development? It tends to be against us, what's called strongholds. That's why we're going to see things like hip flats and other countries, because no one is scared of the church. Quick example: I'm hosting a revival in George, in Asazani. It's close to the shacks, to the graveyard. As I'm hosting a revival there, I put a tent. I had kids climbing up on my tent, climbing up, playing on the tent, because the thing is just a playing thing, because they don't have those kind of things in that area. They climb up the tent and go to the top of the tent and they slide down. I had to go there and say, this is a church. It's meant to change people's lives. And the community supported me on that. And that's what we need. Church is there to change the morals, the behavior of the people. And if church becomes the last chain in the whole chain, then it becomes a problem. Because whatsoever that you want to achieve in the communities, you're not going to be able to achieve. But instead, we're going to have gangsters growing bigger and bigger, and that's going to be a problem. The last point, before we pray, is the issue of township economy. It lies with this place. It lies with this council. We need to look at how to develop the township economy. Why? Because President Ramaphosa, He stays there in Pretoria, does not understand what is happening on Ngaba, does not understand what is happening in Extension 30, but what he knows is that there must be an economy that grows. What we find in this community of Mossel Bay specifically is that in all township, shops are owned by my friends. People from Pakistan, people from Somalia, they're owning shops. They are employing, bringing their own brothers. They are not bringing township economy. There is no development in terms of township economy. Our brothers, they are being paid with drugs. Our brothers are being paid with alcohol. There is no township economy. If you go into a township, and one of the things that you have to look at, every 100 meters is a shop. Every 100 meters is a shop. How do they survive? When you want to have a church, there's this mentality within the council to say, there are so many churches close to each other. What is the purpose of the church? The church is there to make sure there's a change. I can have a church in this corner, I can have a church in that corner, but you find that we are approaching change in different ways. Look at these shops, not benefiting our communities, but are benefiting themselves. But they are allowed. We are having bylaws that we can control these things as to make sure there's township economy, not the way things are happening. The money that goes into these shops does not benefit our township. Let me say one thing as I'm closing, as we're about to pray. During COVID as a church, my church, we spent 2020 more than 60,000 on groceries and supporting people that could not work, on construction because they were laid down. 2021, we spent more than 20,000. Why? Because we're supporting these people. Go and ask those shops that in our communities, what have they contributed to our people during the struggle of COVID? Nothing. And yet churches are being sidelined and being the last ones on the chain. Therefore, we need to think better about how we see our community involving church leaders, how we see our community involving our own people. Failing which, Madam Speaker, the problem that we will have is a serious one. Gangsterism is going to arise as we are seeing it in Mossel Bay. And what is happening? Our kids and our daughters are being killed, are being stabbed one day. It's going to go to our tourists. Mossel Bay is a beautiful place. But what's going to happen is, because of this high level of gangsterism, then our tourists will be stabbed. Our tourists will be robbed. Our tourists will be killed. One of the things that is happening recently in Mossel Bay, there are guns. Shops are being robbed with guns from the people. So we need not to think about ourselves. We need not to think about where we are staying. We need not to think about our families. We could be sorted. We could have bodyguards. We could be staying in private places, secure places. But we need to think about those people that are staying in places that are not safe, so that we can fulfill the role of leadership. Leadership, it is to provide guidance and to make sure that at the end of the day, people are safe. I want us to pray and ask God to help us in these three areas, which is the issue of the bylaws, around the issue of the law enforcement, moral regeneration, as well as township economy. Can we all close our eyes as we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we thank you because you're God. You brought these leaders together here so that they can govern us, oh God, in this community of Mossel Bay. I pray, my Father, take away any selfish interest, oh God, in everything that they are doing, oh God. They must think about those people. They must think about those people that are out there. They must think about those families that sleep without food. They must think about those families, oh God, that cannot help themselves. Father God, I pray, my Father, they must think about those kids, that their future, God, that their future, God, is at stake, that my Father, it can come to an end because of the amount of gangsterism that is arising in our townships, oh God. I pray, Father, help us, oh God. Help us, God, not to think about ourselves, oh God. Help us, oh God, to think, Father God, about others, oh God, irregardless of what we have, irregardless of what we've achieved, irregardless of where we stay. But we need to think, oh God, about the safety of those individuals that stays in our communities. I pray, my Father, as we're coming towards the end of the year, I know there'll be different festivals in this Mossel Bay. I know we'll be hosting, oh my God, tourists in this Mossel Bay. I pray that you protect them, oh God. I pray that you cover them, oh God. I pray pray for peace in this Mossel Bay, of God. I pray for the economy of Mossel Bay to grow, Father God. I pray for business opportunities. I pray for employment opportunities in this community of Mossel Bay, so that our daughters and our sons and our brothers and our sisters, our mothers and our fathers can work during this festive season, oh God. I pray for the safety of this place, oh God. I pray for businesses that are being affected, oh God, by the load shedding. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we pray that intervene, oh God, because we need these businesses to improve our economy, to improve Mossel Bay economy. I praise your God and I honor you, and I pray that bring conscience to each and every leader here, not to just think and fight for his political party, but to think about the people that is leading, oh God, to think about the people that, oh God, have nominated him, have voted for him to be here, to represent them, oh God. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I pray that, oh God, bring morals again to our communities, bring morals again to our leadership, bring morals again to our government. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we thank you, bless you, Lord. Father, I pray for the proceedings of this gathering, oh God, that there must be in peace, oh God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, for the best interest of our people, for the best interest of this community, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I stand against all forces of darkness in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Every spirit that comes from hell, I stand against it right now in the name of Jesus Christ. I pray, God, put your weight of wisdom in Madam Speaker as she's leading, guiding this this gathering in the name of Jesus Christ, oh God. I thank you, Lord, for everyone that will speak. Guide them, oh God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Be Jehovah and be God in Jesus' name. I thank you. I give a bless you and honor you as we're about to close, oh God. They said this is the last gathering, oh God, of the year. I pray, my Father, let them look back and see what they've done. My God, the Bible says that when Moses and his people looked at what God has done, that he took them through the Red Sea, and the Red Sea closed, and their enemies have died of God in the sea. He began to praise God. They began to sing songs of praise. I pray, let them sing songs of praise for the achievement they've done. We have seen, oh God, we have seen, Lord Jesus, we have witnessed the achievement of this council. We have witnessed, oh God, the achievement of this municipality. In the mighty name of Jesus, be Jehovah, be God, be Almighty, be the King of glory, be exalted in the name of Jesus. Help them, oh God, protect them, oh God, against all diseases, oh God, even during festive season. Preserve them, Lord, so that next year when you open this council, they must be all here, oh God, in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you. We bless you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Leslie, for sharing the scripture reading and also a very appropriate message with council. I'm certainly open to be reminded of why I am here, and all 29 councillors, I believe, as such. I would like to invite you to stay for the duration of our council meeting, but I also understand that important people such as yourself do have a lot of work in the community, so I'm very happy to allow you to be excused. But thank you very much for joining, and also just confirmation again that indeed so this council understand that we need a whole our society approach to take Mossel forward, and we cannot do it without the church leaders. Thank you for confirming that to us this morning. May God bless your ministry. Thank you very much. We will then excuse Pastor Leslie, and we will await the Executive Deputy Mayor to take his cue, and then we'll proceed with our council. Honorable Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, all members of the Municipal Council, our Municipal Manager, all directors present, our support staff from the Office of Mr. Garcia, our own municipal interpreter, all members of the public seated in the gallery, and those who are joining online, a hearty welcome to the last council meeting of 2022. Please be advised that this morning we unfortunately do not have the service of our sign language interpreter due to the fact that she's out of town and she's rendering a service currently elsewhere in the country. So we unfortunately do not have that service available to the public this morning. Our attendance register is circulating. Kindly ensure that all councillors please do sign our register. And then on Roman 3 of our council agenda, which is the applications for leave of absence. And I have not received any apologies. All councillors are present here this morning. Municipal Manager, is there any apologies from your office?
Chairperson, the acting director for corporate service, Mr. Engelbrecht, is off sick, but we've got Mr. Fraser in his place. But I'm sure Mr. Fraser will excuse him for a few minutes just to go and do an opening, but he will return back. Further on, we all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also then keep Mr. Crystal Engelbrecht now. Has he been released from hospital, MS? So he's recovering at home. Please also think and kindly say a prayer for Mr. Crystal, who was in the hospital during the course of this week. We are then at Roman 4 of our agenda, which is the disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1, code of conduct for councillors in terms of the local government municipal. Is there any councillor who wishes to disclose any interest on the items of our agenda? None, I thank you very much. Then on 5, disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5, code of conduct for officials of the local government municipal systems act. Municipal managers, is there any official who needs to disclose at this stage?
Chairperson, myself and Director Naidu will excuse us on item E302.
Thank you very much. We council then note as such that the municipal manager and Director Naidu will be excused when the items Roman 6 of our agenda is the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. We had our special council meeting held on Wednesday, the 5th of October. Middagete op die raadslidkamer. So apologies for that, everybody. The minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, 5th of October 22, we had folio numbers 2731 to 2734. Then I have a folder and seconder that council the copies of the council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Madam Seconder.
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyk. Is there any questions from the minutes of the special council meeting now? I see the light of Councillor Buda, you may proceed.
What operating of the former second, 24.
You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, we said that this item, we don't have a problem with that. We said that they must add 6.1, of which it was added. But the main correction there, we said they must be engaged with the community. There will be ELC community and the ward council. But that we left out the community that is not there. And then result down there. There's a clear Madam Speaker in the first sentence that it was written like this. That is, it be noted that the first phase of the USB project in the implementation of 250 TRA save site of temporary structure of 2510 in Panama. It also involved the development of the total 680 savings site in Fulani, Transat, and Asla Sea. This sentence
the last one, it also in box 68, that there was a query that there is no such thing, these three places are not important. They must be corrected. That's what we fighting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. So there's been two corrections on the minutes, Municipal Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Can I just ask Mr. Painter maybe his input on the second question from Councillor Buddha at the bottom of page 274, Mr. Painter?
What's your page number?
2734.
2734. It's the report from down to the board.
Speaker, maybe Councillor Buddha can maybe just repeat what he has said for Mr. Painter to understand, which shouldn't be in the recommendation, what part of it.
Speaker, let me just refer to the award councillor. Can you, councillor, explain exactly what is happening with the Ufulene and so on, so that the director must understand exactly what is cooking there.
Oh, thanks, Madam Speaker. If you remember in the 27 for the first page, that referred to me that I'm misleading the covenants that the council was displayed. Then I was advised. So I'm saying these council minutes are not true reflection of that meeting. I was advised that I must not say it in this council meeting. I must write a letter. And when you indicate here around it. But even the word that I was complaining about the Nasika, the Aslasi, because I was saying that what they are Nasika publishing in the council, it's untrue. Why? Because there was a meeting in my ward and the people they said they don't want it. So I was trying to say to the department of Mr. Fender, the managers that they were there, this is untrue that they are saying in the council. That Aslasi is part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Kuntu. Manager.
Speaker, thank you. I understand what the council is saying now, but I just need to caution, if this was the decision that council took during the council meeting of on the 5th, Speaker, we cannot change this. It's true what the council is saying. He must take it up to the department to go back into the future to solve that issue out that council Kuntu is talking about. But if this was the decision that was taken there, that we cannot amend that now, then it won't be regular. Mr. Point must also come in. Maybe the councillor must take it up with the director outside of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Pons. Is there any correction what is expected?
I concur, Madam Speaker. If such a letter is submitted, it can be taken from there forward.
Thank you very much. So we then advising Councillor to write a letter to the office of or the office of the municipal manager, and then we will then deal with that concerns that you have according are you comfortable if we do it such that we then await, as we indicated in the council meeting at that time, that the municipal manager requested just put it in writing and then we will see in terms of investigating. Councillor Kuntu, comfortable?
I'm not really comfortable with that because in that meeting, if we were saying that that was a decision of ours of that meeting, being the ASLC to be involved, then maybe I was on another meeting and that meant not in that meeting. Well, the reason why I'm saying that I raised the complaint, they were not in as a count out the proposal that we, and then I have said that the people of that area there was a meeting, even in that meeting, they raised the thing to the official. Now I was in the council meeting. Now I'm in the council meeting. I don't know whether when I am in the council meeting, I must then be prepared again when the officials are here. I must repair again to the officials to deal with the issue. When I was raising the issue of the committee in the council meeting, then it limits the meetings of the council if it's going to be like that.
Councillor Kuntu, thank you very much. I recall from that meeting that you requested Councillor Kuntu to put it in writing. So what we're just asking Councillor Budak and Councillor Kuntu is that Councillor Kuntu please just submit in writing what his concerns are, because when he raised it in the open council meeting, the municipal manager advised him that no councillor can make allegations as such in terms of our sub-order. And I really hope that Councillor Kuntu understands that now that we're then requesting in terms of what you're raising with reference to the minutes, that that Councillor Kuntu as soon as possible put it in writing so that we then can proceed in a correct manner. Thank you very much, Municipal Manager, Councillor Kuntu, Councillor Budak. As such. Councillors, thank you very much. We are then at the minutes of yes, Councillor Agustini, are you going to speak to the minutes of the council meeting on the 5th of October?
Thereby they continues on the 5th of October.
Good. You may proceed. Thank you, Councillor.
Thereby your communication speaker, when I was asking about the money, it was FC, not F. They on the on that minutes. Two, on those things that you have said must be done by the mayor, if you are by the MM, is not even done.
Thank you very much for raising it, Councillor Machisini. So, Municipal Manager, in that meeting, Councillor Machisini raised his concerns with reference to a project from the Finance Committee meeting. In rule as such that the CFO will be provided the opportunity to get the information and then present it to Councillor Machisini. The issue now is that it doesn't reflect in the minutes. So just a correction there. And the council is indicating that he hasn't received that information. Can I ask that Councillor Machisini gets that information as for the council meeting with President? Is that okay, Municipal Manager?
Chairperson, I believe there was a session between the councillor and the CFO, but the councillor just confirmed this morning that he's still waiting for further feedback from the CFO. I asked him this morning. Chairperson, Speaker must also just caution, we cannot manage everything that is said in this agenda. It will confuse you as councillor, it will confuse you as it will confuse our personnel also. What we've done now, the administration went and they developed a form which we will fill out after every council meeting regarding the extra things that surface here that the administration need to give attention to. But it's impossible for us to manage every small little thing that's asked inside of here. If a question is asked and an answer is given a speaker, which is not on the agenda, we're not going to manage it. It will make it impossible for us people. You must help us in that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your explanation. I understand. So when says every small thing, it is with reference to the resolutions that council take. That reflects in the agenda and in the minutes. Then, in addition to that, when councillors raises issues and concerns or requests to the administration, we have now developed a separate form where all those things go on to, so that the administration has adequate time to report back to the councillors, which I appreciate and I welcome that, Municipal Manager, because from council meetings a lot of issues are raised, and and councillors does have the right to ask questions. So I'm thankful that we will then, for future reference, have that workflow, which you have now explained to the council. Councillor Matricini, then, your feedback, Emil, you will be presented with that feedback. But thanks for confirming that there was a meeting in. So when we report, we must just also report factually to council. Councillor Matricini, you will then receive your feedback from the CFO. CFO, is that in order?
Madam Speaker, that will be done.
Thank you very much, CFO. We are then on the minutes of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, the 27th of October 2022, before the open council meeting with folio numbers 2734 8 to 2734 R. Can I get a proposal that council can complete this?
You would have a proposal, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Do we have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Is there any questions from the minutes of that meeting? Councillor Kwaza, I see your light, you must proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I can take you to the minutes, page 2740. The state applicant there, it's not written exactly what has said. I made a statement that we recommend this report be monitored and get full updates, particularly those areas of non-performance. So it's not written exactly what has said there in those minutes.
On page, thank you very much, Councillor Kwaza. On page 2740.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I am on that page. Right at the top, it reads, after Councillor Kwaza requested from Councillor Ibarun that the report on non-performance be updated and monitored. Councillor Baron then informed the Speaker of the Lady Fontaine that he will supply Councillor Kwaza with full information. So the first sentence does read that year after Councillor Kwaza requested from Councillor Baron that the report on non-performance be updated and monitored. So it is here in the minutes, Councillor Kwaza, as you requested. Or was there additional thing that we need?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is there. But I also said there it's supposed to go like this, performance to be updated and monitored. Particular those areas of non-performance. I did not request any I did not request the report of non-performance. I just like put that statement to be written, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Squadra. Mr. Manager, we will then just amend as we take. Not a problem at all. We are on the minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, the 27th of October 2022. Folio numbers 2734S 2812. Can I please have a proposal at council? The cognizance as such.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain. Can I please have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Councillor Van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any questions rising from the minutes of the meeting out? I see no light. Thank you very much, councillors. We then move to number 7 on our agenda, which is the cognizance of the executive mayor and deputy mayor resolution in terms of delegated authority as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000. We have item numbers FC69 to FC77, items G45 to G51, items CS to 47, item CS47, apologies, to item CS51, items PE138 to P156, items T54 to T61, items CG57 to CG60, items E256 to E261, and then UB64 to UB72. Can I please have a proposal that council will take cognizance of the item as I have now just indicated.
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Van Dijk, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any questions arising from those items? I see no lights. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on Roman 8 of our agenda. Cognizance of the municipal manager resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per council resolution E127 as provided for in section 5918 of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems Act. The items then for the municipal manager was GM 66 to GM 82. Can I have a proposal that council take cognizance as such?
Councillor Van Dijk.
Thank-
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Is there any questions from the items of the municipal manager? I see no light. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on Roman 9 of our agenda, which is the communications by our executive mayor, Alderman Kotze, and I now hand the council over to the executive mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good evening, colleagues. From my side, I first of all would like to thank Council for the hard and diligent work that's been put over the past year. That's been going to the end of this year and almost ready for recess. Thank you very much, and also for the involvement. I've mentioned it in previous council meetings as well, where we've seen unseen involvement of all councillors. So thank you very much. I've also mentioned this morning to our workers that over the past months I've received no complaints about councillors not any issues. So also not any complaints of any other councillors not attending the issues, not working in the community. So thank you very much for that. I think we can be very proud. And obviously, as we've heard this morning, we're not perfect, but thank you for working hard. And also thank you to the administration. A lot of them will continue working. As we know, our population will more than double over this upcoming month. So to all of those who needs to work hard, good luck with that. And we know that we're in good hands. And we know also that from the 5th of December, we will have the season monitoring meetings, where there will be daily meetings every morning, where the administration will obviously attend to the issues of the day ahead and the past days, and to deal with that in a timeliest manner. So yeah, just to conclude, thank you very much to the administration. It's been a privilege working with you. Also, I've mentioned the other day to the management team that there's no correspondence that's unanswered. So thank you very much for attending to questions and to issues. And yeah, whenever there's anything even through you, thank you for timelessly also attending to that. It really makes our job easier, and I think that's also what's been expected from us by the community. So thank you very much. It's an honor to work with the team. Thank you also to you and to your whole management team. Then we will, on the 25th, we will start with the 16 days of activism. And that will be launched in Ward 9. And there's a whole program that's been circulated. I've seen the mail circulated this afternoon. So you also, all the councillors, more than welcome to attend to that. I think it's important that we as councillors also send a clear message, and that we cannot look away whenever any person in our community, especially women and children, are being hurt. So that's very important that we take a stance, that we show leadership, and that we act and speak out against it. And from my side, I also want to ask, keep up with the involvement, councillors, and please also set the example in terms of 16 days of activism. I will be attending. The minister invited me, MEC Fernandez invited me, and also asked that councillor, the chairperson, portfolio chairperson, councillor Nicholas Boyson, also join me. They've got a new campaign which they will launch on the 9th of December. which will obviously, it's in Swartland Municipality, and it's in campaign where they will also liaise and work together with the safety component. But yeah, it's basically to achieve 365 days of activism against abuse against women and children. So I will give feedback on that next year, early next year then. I will also want to once again everybody for the involvement, all the hard work being done by the administration. In terms of the Ironman event, we've had 52 countries and leaders of 52 countries in our town. And I've seen Ironman's already planning for next year. And I've also invited the Premier since he congratulated Mossel Bay at the May meeting on Monday, which I will also give feedback just now. So he was very proud and impressed about the event. And obviously, we're looking forward to hosting the next one. That did not come without any teething issues. All the events, whenever it's the first one, normally there's some teething issues. And so also, if we look forward to the matric buy event that will start early in December, obviously there will also be teething problems. I know that a lot of work and planning went into that also in terms of our law enforcement agency. So we will also set a very clear and strict example right from the start of December. And that's why we also please encourage our communities that we please do not drink and drive. We will be very strict on that. The new booze bus will definitely be in action over December. Then obviously we also had 2 major golfing events. And we've seen that our branding, iconic Mossel Bay, has been highlighted on television, on the sporting channels for hours upon hours. We're very proud of that. And thank you also, Councillor Furness and the Speaker. Please also send our regards and thanks to the tourism, the whole team on that side, everybody who's putting in a lot of work there. I think we can be very proud at the Ironman as well, at all our major events. We've seen very visibly how Mossel Bay has been advertised, the iconic Mossel Bay campaign. And we also thank businesses for, and the whole bigger community. That's actually the strategy of this council, to have the community proud of what we're doing so that they buy into this brand, because we simply don't have enough money to advertise ourselves enough. So it's obviously a very good strategy or a force multiplier effect when your whole community start advertising our brand. So thank you very much for everybody buying in. Then we will, this weekend, we will have the Jazz Festival. So you're also more than welcome to attend there. I don't know if there's any tickets being supplied to councillors. I don't know. I've not received, so it's not that I've got all the tickets and I didn't give any. I just want to mention that, as with the Ironman, whenever I receive tickets, I also try to dispense that. But that's just on a lighter note. The Jazz Festival will be in town, and if you want to go get yourself a ticket, if there's no free tickets, and please support. Then the Eden Street Mile will also take place, and I've been also privileged to attend to that, the opening of that event last night. It's also a very inclusive event, something to be very proud of. We've seen great races with great times last year around. And councillors, you are also, if you're not away, you're more than welcome. That's taking place on the 21st of December in Hartenbos. And that's the Eden Street Mile. And they've been hosting the Eden Street Mile since 2009. Since 2009, they every year they're visiting. And there's obviously 3 street miles. And one of them is taking place in Hartenbos. So yeah, we're also proud to host them in our town. And you're more than welcome to attend that. Then we will have a festival, light switching off the festival lights on the 10th of December. And we're inviting the bigger community, also all our church leaders, church goers, everybody who wants to also join in celebrating our festive season and the birth of Christ. 10th of December, switching on of the festive lights, and we're calling it Lara Ligweesfees. And you are obviously all invited. We're putting in a bit of more effort this year. So we will already start from 4 o'clock. There will be some stalls. We will have long tables, so there will be nice tables and chairs where your families can sit and enjoy yourself under the trees. We will do everything in the Giddy Park. So also thank you also to the whole team, Councillor Aniki and Erika and some of the speaker and Brunel and Benita and so forth. A lot of the administration also helping Colin as well. Thank you very much. Billy as well. Shaylee as well with a beautiful design. Thank you very much to everybody. So we put in a bit more effort, and there will be stalls since 4 o'clock that will be open. There will be various food stalls. There will also be some gifts that you can buy just to give everybody a fair opportunity to also do some business. That it's also a bit of an entrepreneurial event. So we're obviously also concentrating that our businesses and especially the informal sector that they also have feed and events. So that we've invited them. So there will be nice food stalls. There will be nice coffee stalls, and you're more than welcome to come and join us then since 4 o'clock, and the official event then will start at 6 o'clock. The switching on of the lights will then happen at 8 o'clock. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Then, speaker and colleagues, we are very proud of celebrating the Blue Flag Beaches, 5 of them again this year, and this year around the 10th year that the Bucker has received Blue Flag status. So we're also looking forward, and we're welcoming all our guests to our town who will obviously enjoy our beautiful beaches. And councillors, you're also more than welcome to please join them, and please make sure that you rest out for next year. Then, colleagues, I just want to give some feedback. While I've been on a short leave last week for 5 days, 1.5 days of that I've attended the Energy Summit in Cape Town. And I just want to give some feedback. It's now 15 years that we've been dealing with load shedding. Some of the arguments made at the summit were questions asked to Eskom was why are all the municipalities treated the same? We know that some municipalities like us, we pay 50-odd million rand a month towards Eskom. So we're a good customer. City of Cape Town pay around about 900 million rand per month to Eskom. They're good customers. We see that a lot of councils and municipalities in our country, they simply do not pay Eskom. And questions should be asked, should we not get a bit of discount in terms of the stages? Should we not be as a good customer, be rewarded? Should our voters and our residents, who's also paying their accounts, because we're strict. We know that we switch off people's power who do not pay. So should they also not be rewarded? That's the question we should ask. And that question has been asked at the mayoral and the ministers meeting with the Premier on past Monday this week. And I will quickly just give feedback, but the same question has been asked now in basically in a week's time twice by us to Eskom. Then, just continuing, then Jan Ober also spoke. He said that 12 billion rand been spent up to 2 weeks ago, then on that Monday in diesel or towards diesel expenses. And what he basically mentioned is that they've got old neglected systems running basically at full capacity. He said it's like having an old car and you're just driving that car flat petrol all the time. That's unfortunately what's happening. So at this stage, they're worried. Then in terms of environmental legislation, they're worried they might lose some 15 gigawatt due to legislation, environmental legislation. At this stage, the capacity of Eskom is 47,000 megawatt. And at this stage, 20,000 megawatts not available. And 5,000 furthermore megawatts are at serious risk. And then 8,500 kilometers of transmission lines will have to be replaced soon at the cost of 130 billion rand. Then various speakers spoke on small modular reactors, that's nuclear. Obviously, they said that a paradigm shift will have to take place. The energy demand will have to double to 2050 to make provision for our growth. And they said also that nuclear is a long-term solution, not short. Obviously, there's a lot of bad publicity and sentiments around nuclear, but according to some of the professors who spoke, the new nuclear energy is quite stable. They use it, obviously, as you know, in submarines and various other technologies. They now will also start using it in space. And it's designed in such a way that it cannot blow up as the old stuff. What they prefer to, we know how the internet, everything changed in the past 40, 50, 60 years. But when we think of nuclear, we still think of technology that's 40, 50, 60 years old. And obviously that technology also changed. So your new reactors is a lot more stable and it's got a self-rectifying mechanism. So it basically cannot blow up like the old stuff anymore. That's now from my side in the layman terms what they've mentioned there and so on. So a small reactor will basically cost you 400 million rands more SMR. There's some at this stage. There's some tests that's been utilized, especially in the US and in Canada as well. They also see nuclear energy as green energy. So that was just something that I thought was quite interesting. And then Mr. Chris Yelland, he spoke and he said that we've now already doubled load shedding. The amount of hours for this year compared to 2021. Unfortunately, no change is going to happen quickly because the government, because of all the legislation. So we've also mentioned that we have to re-strategize. We will have to make the customers become part of the solution in terms of rooftop PVs and so forth. So that was from his side. Then, colleagues, that's just some of the highlights that I've mentioned. Then I just want to quickly give feedback in terms of the min-may that took place. And then I'm done speaking. Sorry, I'm taking a bit of time. So at this stage, in terms of our gravel roads, we know that we've got issues in terms of farmers, gravel pits, and the legislation change. We know that gravel pits we have only in the district we had like 200-300 gravel pits, and that's basically down to a handful. I think it's 8. So at this stage, we've asked for exemptions because we know that mines do get exemptions, and we've asked at the previous min-may, but how can it be that a mine can get an exemption from this legislation, but not government? So at this stage, the Premier and the team, they're working on that and they've asked for exemption. So there's definitely positive movement. Then in terms of the ESCOM report, they also mentioned that the Premier mentioned that they're very worried. He did mention that at that stage in the morning, there was a message circulating. So we know that Kuberg is going to be going to some maintenance work during December, but they're planning towards that. So that was through the part of one of the messages that was circulated, but obviously they're not planning for a total shutdown or blackout and so on. So then again, he asked that we ring fence areas in terms of energy, that we try to make sure if we can, to keep businesses on. We're fortunate in Mossel Bay that unfortunately comes at quite a discomfort to a large part of the community, but we're actually fortunate that we do have a section of the community staying on, a large part of the industrial area, especially, and the business area staying on, which still helps us generate income, which also still helps us to keep our services running. Our basic services, we know Director Naidu indicated that it cost us to run one of our, I think it's the water, what do you call it? Yeah, to run that generator is 25,000 rand a day for one generator per day. So we do save a lot of money in terms of infrastructure and services that can still be delivered. And at this stage, I've also asked that we look into how many businesses are staying on, how many people are working there, and what's the amount of money being earned, that we can just weigh that up. I do hear that a lot of the communities ask that we do switch off everything. Unfortunately, as a leader in this town, I must take a stance. It's not popular. Yes, I know it's not fair. But unfortunately, this is a bad situation. This is not about fairness. This is to cope in this situation as good as possible. And so we're trying to do that. We're really applying our mouth, and that's why we're sticking with, we're not going to do ESCOM's work. It's not this municipality load shedding. 7 intakes we've got, 6 of them been switched off, 1 they leave on. And we're not going to drive around and switch off mini substations ourselves. We just simply don't have the manpower. We don't have the overtime money to do that. And we're going to actually win nothing if we switch off the only remaining plant, which is actually being kept on due to national legislation, as you know. So, colleagues, this is not easy. I get letters and a lot of POCSLA daily. But unfortunately, at this stage, that's the strategy. And for now, we're sticking to that until obviously, I can mention that we're working very hard trying to change the situation. At this stage, we will most probably ready within 2 weeks to go out on tender for the first 30 megawatt clean energy. Then, as you know, we're busy already with the EIAs, where this solar plant will have to go up. And we're already busy. As you drive to Herbertsdale, you will see that we're busy with the reticulation. So that's also in construction. And obviously, we've had talks with Petro SA, seeing if we can get hold of their tail gas, that we can get baseload, which will mean that we will not have load shedding anymore. But that is still not quite clear how they will roll that. Will we have to tender for that and so forth? But at least it seems positive. From Petro SA side, it's also important, Speaker, that I mentioned that they've stopped their Section 189, 179 process. So they're not getting rid of more people at this stage. And at this stage, they're seriously looking at to see how they can change the plant around. We've also seen last night that they've indicated that Petro SA will supply 50 million liters of fuel to Eskom. I don't know where they're going to get it from. As far as I know, the plant's not up and running at this stage. But at least from the acting MP, she mentioned that they're trying and they're looking. So they've actually asked for the meeting. It was very productive. And at this stage, they're really trying to look at ways how they can change the plant around, how they can get profitable again, which is very obviously that's also why they're talking to us. They know that we buy millions worth of energy per year, and they know that we are a paying customer, as I've mentioned. Then in terms of the funding model has been discussed for C municipalities, which is problematic. We've seen that obviously B municipalities as well. We've seen that national, provincial, there's a retraction in terms of the equitable share. So that is obviously putting more pressure on B municipalities. And then there was also various mayors that spoke on unfunded mandates and province, especially that we were focusing on the housing department. We know that there's a lot of money and energy going into housing from the local government sphere, and it's actually a provincial and national competency. So that was obviously some concern, and we've asked that province to look at how they can possibly help compensate. Then I can just mention for the 2018, 1900 to 8,000 people moved to the Western Cape, which will use 21.7 million liters of water. And for this year, 127,000 people currently moved to the Western Cape. I've not did that calculation, but it's basically 201 liters of water per person moving to our province. So we obviously worried. We're in a fortunate situation that we have got a problem. We've got a big problem where we need to see how we can change people moving into our province into a profit, and obviously into creating jobs, and to getting a better life, offering a better life to people moving to our province. But it will come definitely at various costs. We will definitely have to see how we can roll out. One of the costs is the fact that we do not see proper schools as a few years ago being rolled out. I've been to some of the schools, beautiful new schools in our town. And then you look at the new school in Oslo, which I mean, it's a bunch of little Opslaan classrooms, and it's not, it's definitely not up to the standard. But the challenge is that Bloemfontein has got 178 schools, and we need to roll that amount of schools out in the Western Cape, because for the next 10 years, it's about 8 to 10 years, about 1.4 million people that we expect in the Western Cape. That's the amount of people in Bloemfontein. I've mentioned the amount of schools. So we will have to construct that amount of schools in this province in the next few years. That's only schools. Then I've mentioned water. Obviously, that constraint or challenge we will experience that in each and every service delivery area. Then Chairperson or Speaker, I've mentioned the Swartland Carer-based event or the team new strategy that they will implement on the 9th, with the MEC Fernandez, and invited us to come and see what they do, and hopefully we can also then implement that next year. And then at this stage, I want to just mention every 3 hours in South Africa, a woman has been killed So that's why I just want to re-emphasize, colleagues, just also help partake or be part of the 16 days of activism, and let's stand up against people being killed in our town. Once again, let's respect each other. And also when we go into this holiday season, let's respect each other. And the chairperson from my side, may everyone have a blessed Christmas season, and may they also get some time in with their loved ones, and may they have a peaceful and restful time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Indeed, that was a very good report to council and the greater community. As per our rules, we normally do not have a debate on the communications of the mayor. However, I will allow if there's any urgent questions that anybody would want to raise, and I see the light of Councillor Baron, then you may do so. Councillor Baron.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, does it not debate? Just a small input from my side. I think, Speaker, the Iron Man competition was something too big for us to handle. We didn't predict that it will be so popular. So I know the administration will, for the next event, prepare, because I felt so sorry for the officials, the traffic officials, because they was very honest. They couldn't handle it. It was too big. The only concern that I have, next year, you will also have the upgrading of the Louis Fourie. You must make absolutely sure that those two events don't clash, because it will not work for us. This is the one thing. And then the other thing, we will not have the opportunity to thank our officials and also our councillors, our fellow councillors. I also want to thank them for all the support, the nice manner, how we interact with each other. And I also want to say thanks to the administration. We are on their doorsteps every day, but they handle us with very integrity, and we get all the love from them. And then I also want to say to all of you, nice and happy Christmas season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. The input refers to the Iron Man was a comment. I don't know if the mayor wishes to respond to that. Thank you also then for the thanks to the administration and the rest of the council. Executive Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, as I've mentioned, the event has some deep problems. I also that morning had personal engagements with Mr. Johnson, to him and his whole team, and Mr. Williamson as well, who's not present yet. Everybody's been working. Even Mr. Williamson himself, the traffic chief, has been in the streets working. So they've worked very hard. We're very proud of the work that they've done. I'm not totally convinced that all the partners played their role, and that I will definitely take up with the minister as well. That morning already, I've spoken with some of the provincial traffic employees, and there was a few, we don't want to go into fight, but there was a few things that did not happen as we planned. And I think that changed, and that also created a lot of unnecessary issues for the community ending up at council's door. So we've been criticized, yeah, why did you do this? And why did you close this off completely? And that was never the case. That was never the case. So there was frustrations, and I did communicate some of it to the minister, but we will definitely engage on that platform again next year. And that's why I'm strategically made the effort to invite the Premier himself, so that he can see that his people are doing their job as we would like to see them do that, and so on. So yeah, maybe from their side they can also pull in some extra resources. We will definitely the Louis Fourie, I've also thought about that. I know that the Hartenbos people on that side ask why that business is, why didn't they come through there? Obviously that's impossible. There's a 19 kilometers, the one leg is 90 kilometers, the cycling leg. Now you don't do that by riding your bicycle around the block. Unfortunately, you need to close off roads to get that done. I've had some very angry letters from Dominis who told me and the municipal manager that we're not Christians because we're having this on a Sunday. Unfortunately, that's the quietest day in town. But next year, we were not perfect. I think we can erect boards where we stay 2 weeks. I've been driving to Cape Town and Worcester, as I've mentioned, to these two events, which I gave feedback on. And 2 weeks ago already, there was boards that the Garcia Pass, I think, will be closed this weekend, also for a mountain biking race. And we need to put our board stating this road will be closed prior to the event, maybe 2-3 weeks. Hopefully they won't steal our boards that's outside of town, ours is inside, and so on. But obviously, we will learn from what happened and see how we can do it better. The Louis Curie, we will definitely have a look at that. That will definitely even complicate it more and so on. But we're open to the criticism. We will have to learn from it. But then as well, we received feedback from businesses. One specific business, filling station, that had the best turnover in 23 years over a weekend. Me and Anton's been to one of the coffee roasteries yesterday in town. Best weekend ever. And what they also got was that various of the clients now, even they're going to export or import some of that business's coffee to their country and so on. So the owner was very happy and so on. So I can give that positive feedback. Then the other feedback that we've got was from the organizers themselves. I've spent various hours at the registration hall over the weekend. On the Friday, we've been there for quite a few hours. Me and the media team, we did interviews. I've also spent quite a lot of time there on the Saturday. And when they stopped with the registrations, I asked before I left once again, is there anything, they're happy with everything? And the organizers are very, very, very impressed with the service that this municipality have rendered. On the Sunday morning, 2:00, we had people already cleaning the streets. Mr. Nell and Director Nell, their department worked terribly hard, and the whole emergency services, they worked terribly hard. So thank you very much for that. The Ironman, they're also the owners of Epic and the Cape Epic, and they told us that they definitely going to consider speaking to Mossel to bring more of the events here and so on. So yes, it comes at the price. It gives frustration to the community, but on the other hand, we're trying to ensure, unfortunately, some of these economic activities and growth and expansion that normally comes with a bit of hiccups and discomfort, but it's for the greater good. It's only for a weekend, and obviously we're trying to make sure that the people who are, as I've mentioned, come to our town looking for a better life, that they possibly can get that here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for your response, and then again for the detailed report that you shared with Council and the rest of the public. And then at the communications of the Speaker, and I do also have a few votes of thanks I would like to do from my side, starting with our Council support, who has graced us with a nice picture this morning. Thank you very much. The message reads, have a break, have a Kit Kat, and enjoy the recess. This morning we have a fully packed agenda. I believe about 42 items. So this Kit Kat will definitely serve a purpose in this meeting today. Thank you very much, councillors. Then from my side, we have been in office for a year. It has been very good. God has been very good to this council, this municipality, and this town. But I would like to take the opportunity, Executive Mayor, to thank you for your strategic leadership, together with your mayoral committee. You're doing exceptionally well. To the rest of the council, every council member, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for the manner in which you conduct yourself, for your work, the way you engage the community, and how escalate and promote the complaints with reference to your respective communities which you serve. Thank you also for the respect. It has not been easy. There has been difficult times, but I can confirm this morning that there has been respect to date, which absolutely cannot do the business of council if there's no respect. And I have experienced that. So I would like to thank you, all parties who are members of this council. I would like to thank you for your whole and for working together also with me to ensure that we serve the greater community across the 15 wards for dignity and pride. I am very, very humbled this morning to say that I'm pleased and I am not ashamed to announce or to say that it has been a pleasure to work with each one. And I really would like to say thank you. Municipal manager, to yourself and to the directors and every employee of this municipality, from the security guard at the door to the one to the lounge outside. God, thank you very much for your commitment to the municipality and the town. How you render excellent services. Yes, we are not perfect. We are indeed things that we can improve on, and I'm looking forward to the next 4 years. If God grants us grace, which I believe we absolutely will, that we continue in the manner that we currently conduct our work. I've seen officials with excellent pride every day on the job during the night, whenever we found the force thing. And I'll fail it in my duty if I do not acknowledge that. So therefore, amen, directors, please convey the appreciation and the thanks of this council to your teams. And when I say that, I mean everyone who works for this municipality. I think we are very blessed with the officials and the level of officials that we do have municipal manager. Then to the team responsible to ensure that we do our business. Whenever we have our monthly council meetings and our committee meetings, I'd like to say thank you to the staff from the office of the College, to this, Mr. Fitzgerald, all the officials who are responsible to ensure that we get our agenda and that we have our meetings so that we take decisions to the benefit of the community. I would like to say thank you. Ek weet asseblief moeilik moet tye, maar ons moet die voet reg doen en because we have a standard. And I really do appreciate that. I can also have the honor to work with all of you. Then, colleagues, today marks the last council meeting for the year, and I would like to wish you well as we head into the festive season. We have lost loved ones during the course of this year. It has not been an easy year. Many of us have been sick, myself included, more than one time. We take strain because the community outside has got high expectations. But I want to also remind you, councillors, that we really do need to take care of ourselves, councillor. And it's important that we go to the hair salon, and do those type of treatments that are needed. Councillor Buddha, go to the beach now that it's the time. It's important that we get fresh air so that when we are graced by God and done the office, that we will continue with the work that we are responsible for. Then I would like to also from my side just really motivate everybody. There is a very nice program for the reaching one of our facts for councillors to your family come and enjoy that event, but also enjoy our town whilst council God says. I believe that no one, Councillor Buddha, will object to the recess item this morning. So again, just thank you from my side. And then last but not least, I'm absolutely very pleased to see a whole lot of board committee members in the gallery this morning, if not all of them are board committee members. I see the permanent person. I've seen you on Saturday. Thank you very much for your commitment and for your interest in the work that this council does. Colleagues, then lastly, we also have our list, our normal list of congratulations. And I would like to congratulate Councillor Jonathan Clarkson, who shared his birthday on the 2nd of November. Councillor Pretabile Setunsha, who shared her birthday on the 15th of November, and Alder Lady Rectors, who shared her birthday on the 20th of November. I believe they spoke after the council meeting with compliments from all three of them. I wish you well, may God you please also good health and please continue with the work that you are doing. Then councillors and members of the public, sadly, we also have our list of members from the community who are sadly passed on, and in this morning, very, very sad news for this municipality. As one of our officials, Mr. Leonard Tesla, sadly passed away this morning. He was an employee of this municipality for many, many years in the directorate of Mr. Painter, and presently very sad news to have received this message on the municipal manager this morning. So please also keep his wife, in particular his wife, and his family, and then also think of the list. We've got a whole list, it's a long list of people in Mossel who were sadly passed. And I would like to ask you to please join for a moment of silence. Thank you very much, everybody. You may be seated. Municipal Manager, Executive Mayor, do we have any written questions that we have received from any councillor?
Person that I know of only councillor host has asked a few questions directed to the director if there is comments. I'm sure she received answers from those of them. Thank you for the way you work. It makes it much easier for us councillors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Host, Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. So we have no questions. We are then on the agenda to attend to the business of today. Thank you to our first item. Item A262 on page 2813, the supply chain management monthly report for deviations approved for the month of September. And the recommendation is for council to take cognizance of this report, which served in the financial service committee. Please have a proposal that council take cognizance and such.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Do we have any questions? Councillor Annie, can we have the light for Councillor Host, please? To the light for Councillor Host, and we proceed. Thank you.
Not a question. I did raise my questions as the MN said with the colleague directors, and I received them. To note that the directorate, the supply chain management department has assured me that the deviations will be lessened as we go into the year, because there were issues with the awarding of specific contracts due to objections and Section 33 process. So I am looking forward to see the amount of deviations decrease as we move into next year. But also I did request that in the future we have a total value of deviations presented in the report as well. That hasn't been done, so if we could do that in the future, that would be helpful. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor House. I take note of your input and your request. The municipal manager also indicate as such. If there's no questions on that item, I'm moving to item E263 on page 2814, the monthly reports with regards to supply chain management for September 2020. The recommendation is for council to cognizance the item served in the financial services committee. Can I please have a proposal that council take cognizance as such? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose. Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Councillor House, I see you like to may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I did also raise these questions and I did get replies, but the replies that I received actually never answered the question that I asked. It was regarding the objections to tenders that have been given in the municipality, which is one of the issues that hold up the awarding of tenders and thereby the budget expenditure and also service delivery. So it is one of the things that I look at quite specifically when the reports come through to us. This one in particular was the awarding of a contract for life-saving purposes. And there were two objectors to the awarding of the tender, the NSRI and the SA Coast Guards. Their objection was that one of the requirements was that whoever got the tender needed to be affiliated to LSA. That was the complaint. And I then asked regarding, because the report came back to us that the objection was not upheld and no reason why was given. So I then asked what was the reason why the objection was upheld. And I simply got a response that's restated what was in the report, which I wouldn't have asked questions about if I felt it was sufficient. So my concern is, the question that I'm asking is, why did the municipality feel it was necessary that the person that got the contract had to be affiliated to a specific organization? Because that affiliation made it then exclusive or excluded other competitors. And that's my question, Speaker. If that could be answered, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor House. Municipal Manager, can you're more than welcome to respond, but perhaps maybe we can also provide written response for the questions that Councillor House raised so that we can give the responsible person.
Chairperson, Speaker, I'm not aware of all the questions, but as you rightfully mentioned, we'll put it on the action list and make sure that the councillor gets the necessary feedback. I unfortunately don't have the answer now for it.
Thank you, Councillor House did send the question Councillor House, unless such that the information then be provided to you in a written response. Thank you very much. There's no other questions on the report. We then, yes, Councillor Dwyer, sorry, I missed you. My sincere apologies. You may pose a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard the meeting that we had on 9th of November, I raised that there were 5 tenders that does not appear at the procurement of municipality website. I did write the email to CFO and he responded. But still those, I did check again in the morning, those tenders still does not appear in the website. Also, ask a request from CFO, the contract expenditure. It was on page 25 to page 30. The column that was not clear, I requested to CFO because we're taking cognizance. And those numbers, those figures does not show clearly. So I requested to CFO to give us the clear document so that we can see those figures clearly. Still, they made the copy still does not show clearly, so that when taking cognizance with the numbers, the figures that you don't see. So if you can help, if you can get help regarding that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwaza. Municipal Manager, we're also putting that on the action list, and then we'll take note of those 2 requests, and then rule that information be provided as such. You comfortable, Councillor Kwaza?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We then proceed to our
Madam Speaker.
My hartlike verskoning, Raadslid Councillor. U mag u vraag.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, what I really want, if somebody write a letter to ask some questions, it's very important that somebody must answer questions in council, that we all know what is about and because why there's no need, like, and I hear what Councillor Gous is saying about the tender of the life saving, and we will like also I want to know why is that specific that the tender was set out to the criteria for somebody must belong to an organization, and I also want to know that, because if you respond directly to Councillor Gous alone, then the rest of the councillors didn't know why. Tomorrow they come, they ask the same question because nobody gives us answers in council. And I see the whole year it works like that, Speaker, and I just want you to stop that. If somebody writes something, they must answer us in council. Let all of us know, please, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Can you kindly switch down? And then keep your light on, Councillor Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would then just propose, perhaps through you, Speaker, to the that the emails on the questions then be CC'd to all the councillors as a possible solution.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Work, Municipal Manager.
Chair, Speaker, thank you. I just want to state to the council that we do answer questions in council. But it's impossible for the directors to know the answer to every question if they are not. I'm very grateful for what Councillor Gous had mentioned, it, Speaker, because it gives us a chance to prepare. There are other councillors also who come into our office, lots of them, and they ask questions and we give them the answer. So any councillor is free, Speaker, to ask any question from the administration. We will never say no, we're not going to answer it. I don't want us to create the impression that the management doesn't answer questions in council, but we and the directors will never tell you a lie, Speaker, because if we lie, we're going to lose our job. We rather want to give you the factual answers, and therefore we appreciate if Councillor Comfort had the same question, you could have asked us. We will definitely tell, but it will be very difficult for us to send answer to everybody when one councillor asks a question. That's why, Speaker, there's the rules of order make provision that councillors can ask questions from us. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. Last one, Councillor Java.
No, I with the Speaker said that the Councillor Gous did send and ask questions. So I don't speak about a question that nobody asked. She said, Councillor Gous, write a letter for answers on that specific item of the tender, and we want somebody to answer that in council.
Noted, Councillor Council, we will share that information as per what Councillor Gous then raised with reference to a specific question. Correctly so, I can, and everybody I think here can attest that when councillors post questions, we do allow for responses, and our directors and the legal department does so adequately, but at times information is not available, and then just reasonably so, then in terms of when I make a ruling, that a councillor then does get the information. So thank you very much for that input, Councillor Campbell, and thank you, also for your response. Councillors, if there's no issue on that item, we then go to item E264 on page 205. It is our quarterly report from supply chain management as at the 30th of September 2022 for council to take cognizance which serve in the committee meetings. Can I have a proposer as such, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose E264.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Do we have a second for Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anianso van Rensburg. Do we have any questions arising from this? I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Not a question, just a comment. I did raise questions also via email, which I did receive replies to. Thank you very much. In the report, we have a list of contractors that were poor performers. On that list, I never saw the names of 2 contractors that, to the best of my knowledge, should be on that list because of questions I've asked over the years regarding their performance when we've had deviations come through. I won't mention the names now, but I did query that, and I never got a sufficient reply as to why they did not feature on that list yet. One of them has been a poor performer for 2 years, and for the last year, actually since 2021 already, I was told he was going to be replaced, and yet he's still contracting for the municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor House. We also noting that for our action list. Thank you very much. Is there any other councillors? No, thank you. We then
That's why, Speaker,
ja, raadslid Kamper.
I want to put that in Afrikaans.
U mag praat in die taal van die keuse. Kan voortgaan.
Ek het nou wil weet, praat het gous het nog het mensen van 2 maatskappye wat swak bevoel. Dat sy nou dop op vir die laaste 2 jaar. Is ek correcte, Speaker?
Ja, raadslid Gous het gesê dit is studie. Sy sien hulle naam op die
lyst.
Sy gaan ook nie hulle name bekend maak nie.
Dis
Want sy
100%.
het daar vrae ingedien. Dit is wat die raadslid
100%. Ek wil net weet op grond van wat evalueer raadslid Gous dan nou maatskappye wat die buite is, wat die municipality aanstel. Wat is haar criteria dan nou van evaluering van daai, dat ons allemaal dan nou maatskappye Speaker wat deur die municipaliteit aangestel is nou evalueer en kan sê swak performance van daai maatskappye.
Dankie, raadslid Kamper. Ek sal vir raadslid Gous die geleentheid gee om u te antwoord.
Dankie, Speaker.
Kan u liggie afsit asseblief, raadslid Kamper? Baie dankie, Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I think when we know our duties as councillors, the oversight role that we play, then we know the answer to the Then also in terms of the concern of a contractor or contractors that doesn't perform adequately. Time, in excess of 2 years. I just want to pause on ourselves. You know, when we are dealing with our inherent core functions, like agents within council, should not be shy and or afraid of calling spade a spade. We must be open and transparent. This council needs to take cognizance of a contractor or contractor that doesn't perform, then we need to call them by name. But this council that has an item on the table. We are not dealing with issues of OP, IR, all these type of things. We are having contractors out there that is, doing service to our communities and society in general, and we are the council that are paying it. So we need to call them by the names. We need to know who they are, because next time when you see them in our communities, we should know that these are the contractors that has been dealt with by this council. Also, at the very same time, we cannot keep them on our payroll if we know that they are not performing for 2 years already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. On this action list. Councillor Gous, dis nie normale praktyk, maar sal u raadslid Kamper se vraag asseblief beantwoord? Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ja, ek kan net aan die raadslid doen dat in die verslag wat elke maand na ons toe kom in die komitee, veral die finansiële komitee, in daardie verslag is daar by Afrikaans nou toe, deviation report, En daar, as jy daarna kyk, is daar 'n gereelde een of twee maatskappye wie se werk na iemand anders toe moet gaan en as ek daaroor navraag doen, dit staan eintlik in die verslag dat hulle nie na wense hulle werk doen nie. En daarom het ek navraag gedoen oor daardie maatskappye. Baie dankie.
Dankie, Raadslid Gous, dat u die vraag antwoord. At the bottom of the item, it says that the report served in the Financial Services Committee. In other words, the information was presented to all councillors. And on the basis of that, Councillor Kamper, Councillor Hosting exercise oversight role. Thank you. That concludes the matter. Would you like to respond in terms of the issue with the
Speaker, no, the councillors are correct. They playing oversight role. I think the reason why when it becomes dangerous for us to speculate is when we don't have the facts. Councillor Gous mentioned that she did do an inquiry, she doesn't receive answer. Let us first get the facts so that we can know why these people are not blacklisted. Once we have the facts, we can move forward. But Speaker, why I'm putting my light on, I just wanted to humbly inform you that the talk indicated that it needs to be excused at 1 o'clock. So, Speaker, I don't want to be finished because lunchtime is also 1 o'clock. Just take note that we won't have talk as from 1 o'clock due to circumstances. Thank you.
excuse council? Yes, thank you very much. On the last point, all the councillors see and know the thick agenda. So if we have samenwerking, wat is vir samenwerking? Daar slaan my Engels ook nou then we might just be in time in terms of the request for the interpreter. Councillors, then the issue raised by Councillor Gous, that is then concluded, and there's no other questions on this item. I then move to the next item.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Camper, we are now on item E265.
I didn't to answer the MM. Ons moet hulle gebruik as die woordjie inmenging in die administrasie.
Dis korrek, ja.
En ek self het ook deurgeloop deur. En dan verstaan ek wat is inmenging, want ek het met niemand gepraat nie. Ek het nie met die direkteur gepraat, ek het nie met die MM gepraat, ek het nie met die kontrakteur ingemeng nie. Maar die woordjie, so as 'n fyn lyn en ek is bly die munisipale bestuurder sê dan nou oversight role. En ek sê saam met ek verskil nie met Raadslid Gous en Raadslid Porter, maar ek is net altyd versigtig vir die woordjie dat iemand deur die woordjie kan loop van inmenging van die administrasie MM. Dis net belangrik wat ek keer voor. Dankie Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Camper. Yes, as we have Schedule 7 of the Municipal Assistance Act, and every councillor is aware of that fine line. Controversy, disciplinary, goeding, Raadslid Camper. So there's oversight and then there's a fine line.
Yes.
We are now on item E265, page 2816. Executive Mayor, my humble apology, I'm with you now. I'm so sorry, you are allowed to speak.
Yeah, Speaker, I thank you. Just on Councillor Camper's point, there is unfortunately a fine line. So you can ask different things. You can ask for questions of clarity, or you can ask for somebody to do stuff. So the one will not bring you into trouble and the other one will. And it's the same action you're asking. So unfortunately, we must just be, if you ask and if you are true in trying to do oversight role, there's a difference. So yeah, that's just tongue the cheek, Speaker.
Tongue the cheek, Mayor, that fine line, that all very well. Thank you very much, Philip, that we can debate important issues in good spirit. Item E265, municipal managers. Raadslid Camper, het 'n bietjie ingemeng nou met my. Nou moet ek net seker maak, meneer Trans, Raad se tafel moet net weet of hoe die moet inmeng. Okay, net baie dankie. Wel, mag wat jy nie. Right. P265, the quarterly report for the expenditure section for the period ending the 30th of September, served in the Financial Committee. For Council to take cognizance. Do we have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, first.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It's here. Is there any councillor with any question on this item? I see no light. Thank you very much. On item E266, the quarterly environment report for the period ending 30th of September. For council to also take cognizance, and this item served in the Financial Committee meeting. Can I have a proposal that council then accept fully?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Do we have a second for Councillor Meyer?
Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on that item? I see no light. I thank you very much. Item E267, writing of irrecoverable debts for the period ending November 2022. We have the item in front of us with a recommendation listed on page 2820 in terms of the outstanding amount. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barker. Is there any questions of clarity arising from this item?
I'm just going to confirm we're on E263. Okay.
Oh, we're on 260. That's correct.
Unfortunately, now the writing of irrecoverable debt.
That's correct.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a very difficult item for me, because while I have compassion for those persons that found themselves in a predicament where they can no longer afford to pay their services, and our indigent policy makes provision for us to write off their debt, we are sitting here with some debt that, for example, one of them is 97,000 Rand, of which 50,000 Rand was a water leak. That is a lot of water that ran away without being the owner taking responsibility to make sure that the leak gets fixed. We also have an amount of 91,000, which is a family from Hartenbos who since COVID were unable to pay their bill, and yet the bill remained 3,800 Rand approximately per month over that period. That's excessive. If you can't afford water and electricity, then you start scaling down on your usage. My concern, Speaker, is that there is almost an attitude of amongst residents, some residents, that they can be reckless with the usage because it will be written off. And that's not an entitlement attitude that I'd like to see us inculcate in our residents. There needs to be a sense of responsibility from their side as well when we write off debt. And then the big thing for me as well, once again, tampering fees. Now you're sitting between a rock and a hard place because the person has tampered with the electricity. Now we're writing, you can't pay the tampering fees fine either. Now we're writing it off, because if we don't write off his debt, it's stated that he will then probably tamper on the meter again. There needs to be some kind of a repercussion, some kind of consequence for tampering on meters. We know we've got wholesale electricity theft in some of our areas. I can't condone that, and I can't condone this theft. The Speaker, while I'm in agreement that we write off debt, I'm not always in agreement with the debts that we write off. So on this item, the ACDP will abstain.
Thank you very much. We note that the ACDP abstain. Is there any other input? None as such. We then resolve with the ICDP that is abstaining, the item then carried. Thank you very much. We are then on item E268. Page 2823, the proposed alienation of a portion of Earth 541 Bochum Bay situated adjacent to Earth 468 Bochum Bay, Lindisar Trading Pty Ltd, and we have our recommendations for this item listed from points 1 to 11. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, first.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. As the ward councillor, do we have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Is there any questions from this item? Any questions of clarity? I see no lights from any councillor. Thank you very much. The item then carries unanimously. We are then on item E268. The proposed alienation of a portion of the road reserve of 3 situated adjacent to 996 is road technique by LJ3. Can I have a proposal? Terms of the recommendations in front of council, which are listed from points 1 to 14.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Councillor Delamain, as the ward councillor, is proposing. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on this item? No, right? Thank you very much. The item is carried. Thank you, councillors. We are then on item E270 on page 2834. The application for the renewal of the lease agreements of a portion of Earth 140 situated at the corner of Creekzin Acre Street in Primusheim for mobile telephone network. The recommendations in front of council are from points 1 to 12. Can I have a proposal on this item, please?
Is the word councillor proposed speaker?
Thank you very much, Councillor Clarkson, for proposing. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Clarkson?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, I will second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Is there any question of clarity from any councillor on this item? No questions. The item does carry unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are now on item E271 on page 2840. Item in front of council is the alienation of a portion of 6742 Kwanivaba, situated at that street by must be the recommendations for this item are listed on page 1 to 11, indicated that the prescribed public participation process was followed. Can I have a proposal for this item, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Propose.
Thank you, Councillor Mbumbu. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Mbumbu?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson. Is there any questions of clarity on the item? Thank you very much, Councillor Kuntu. You may proceed.
Oh, thanks, Madam Speaker. I think I will lead firstly the question of clarity before I go to this item. One of the question of clarity is that I've asked to the committee, then I've been given an answer by the director. I just want to get to know, because we have a policy here. Then on that answer that I was given by the director, is anything happen after? I'm asking to the director. Then the other thing, I have things that they were mentioned here in regarding that small portion, they call it a small portion. They are saying you will enable to applicant to increase the security of the property and will also bring property boundaries in line with adjacent properties. What that means?
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Mkuntu. So there's two questions, one clarity. Councillor Mkuntu, if I understand you correctly, first point that you have to the director and you want to know if you're following up if anything then after that has happened. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Am I correct? Good. And then your issue then around clarity with reference to what is it is indicated that the portion is also safety issue. Councillor Buddha, would you like to add? You may add before we allow for Director Finter to respond to those two. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this thing come a long way. The committee come this way. But I say that the ward committee got objection to this regard. The ward committee one. Then I understand they're written out 234. The reason why this ward committee objection is not carried weight. That this municipal court go back to the ward committee and then tell them about the decision they took after the ward committee have an objection. That's
Thank you very much. Still point one that Councillor does referring to in terms of the public participation process. It was referred to the ward councillor and one objection was received on the board committee. Director Finter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker. The question from Councillor Mkontu was the issue that he raised in the committee meeting regarding the fence that was erected on the property. And he asked if there's any records, but we checked, we couldn't find any records relating to the fence. So yeah, that's it. I don't know if the matter now, if anything happened after that. There's nothing. What I replied to him in the mail is what it is.
Thank you very much, Director Finter. Councillor Mkuntu, that's the response. And then the issue as to why the objection of the ward committee are being proposed to not be any response with reference to that.
Yeah, person, when an item goes out for public participation, anybody can make comments, object, or support. In this case, if we read what is written down here, it says that the ward committee wants to use this property for gardening services. And it's written here that it's actually a very small portion of property. And if you write further, it says that the applicant went to neighboring people and get the input and nobody has got an objection. So what happened in the end, the item comes back to council after public participation. Council must consider all the inputs and make the final resolution. In this case, I think that what is written here is that it weighs more that the neighbors than the question of gardening. Now, Speaker, if you want to make a garden, we council support gardens. And I'm sure that if the ward committee really wants to make a garden, they must speak to us and let's look for other land in the ward that might be bigger, that might be more suitable. I'm sure council will never say no, Speaker. I don't take the decisions, but council will never say no if somebody wants to make a garden, especially ward committee. We must support this. But in this instance, it seems that the land is much too small for gardening purposes. You cannot garden with it sustainably on such a small piece of land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha and Councillor Mkuntu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, I understand what you're saying. I applaud this council of responding to any issue. My question is clear. Does this municipality, after the ward committee give an objection, does respond to them and say that due to what you have said, we can't go ahead with the cut because the land is small? Did they find a response, the ward committee? They know about this, the decision of the council. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Puntu, can I have the MN quickly respond to that in terms of the feedback they to the committee?
Speaker, a very important question what Councillor Buddha asked me. One of the ward committee members visited me yesterday regarding this item. Yesterday or the day before, I referred him also to the ward council. It was important that they work with him. We will certainly give, after council resolve, give the ward committee the necessary feedback. And we are open for them. We don't have a closed door. The ward committee know we've been in meetings for some time already. They can come to us anytime, Speaker. We will listen to them and we will advise and assist as far as possible. Food gardens is something that lays very close to my heart because I know the poverty, not only in Mossel, in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager, for assuring that the ward committee, which I think is absolutely the appropriate thing to do, the ward committee must get a written response. And then I'm happy to hear that we are open because I know that the Department of Director now looks into gardens, and I would like to request that the Department of Director now please be consulted to have a meeting with the ward committee so that they can see how best for that area to establish a food garden. Do we have any other questions? Yes, Councillor Kunti.
Okay, one, Mr. Fender, only answer one question. The people's and the discussion on this an item of on issue of security, whatever they said, he didn't answer it. But mine here is to say, here with the community, I must firstly say, it's not the issue of what committees. This thing was raised in a special development framework by the community, not by the what committee. And even these things of one objection from the what committees. The what committees, if there was something that you must write all of you in the council, maybe they would be lodged even from the community. Because they write on behalf of the community, because they defend the stand of the community. Because the community, they said they want a garden in that land. And you are talking about the small portion of land. That land is not a small portion of land. That's the one they asked. I think it's big. It's 801 square meter. And the portion that you are talking about is the portion they took on that same land because they want a residential area. Why I'm saying they took it without following the right processes of this municipality. There's a fence that is built there. That's why I was asking the Mr. Director that is anything after they found that this person did not follow the right processes of building a wall there. Then the director, he didn't give me direct answer there. But mine here is to say, is the policy was followed when they built the fence? The answer was given, there's no records. Then if the policy was not followed, and what will be happening after? I think the legal team can assist here. But mine here, Madam Speaker, I am against with this thing because it's undermining when we call this meeting ITP, Special Development Framework, to the communities, and we'll be having people that will be coming, individuals to officials, and undermining the whole process of that meeting. Then people won't attend meetings, and you see a lot of toy because you undermine those decisions in those meetings.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuntu. Councillor was just help manage the timekeeping because I need to listen and also ensure that you stick to the rules of order, please, Councillor. Councillor Mpuntu, thank you very much for your explanation. It's then the issue around the fence that was built, municipal manager, and there's no records, and the council is then requesting how we're going to deal with that. Just one question of clarity. Can we confirm the correct square meters, Director Venter, so that everybody knows in terms of how big this portion of land is? Councillor Mpuntu said now 800 something, 8,000 something.
Yeah.
But I just want to know in terms of the correct square meters, because the councillor said it's a big portion. Mr. Prince?
Speaker, but if I can assist, it's 165 square meters, portion of that 8,000 square meters.
Okay, so the piece of land that this item is then about is that 165 square meter. And okay, you confirming that that is the size. Good. So then it's incorrect that it's 8,000, because 8,001 is the whole earth, but the portion in terms of what's in front of us is that 165. Municipal Manager, Councillor Mpuntu, just to see clarity in terms of the process and how should we attend to the issue of a fence being erected with no records. We put that fence there, amen?
Okay, Speaker, no, the municipality doesn't put the fence there. And Mr. Painter confirmed that we don't have any record for approval of a said fence. I cannot answer the question. I cannot just assume that the person who applied put the fence. I cannot just make that assumption. I don't have the fence, Madam Speaker. We will have to go and investigate it.
Thank you for that response also. Councillor Ponto, I note that you indicated the fence. So that's noted. See the latter, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think if I'm understanding the concern of my fellow councillor is that there seems to have been some kind of a presumption in the erecting of the fence, and that we're now sitting with a conflict of interest between that of an individual resident and a community represented by the ward committee stating that they wanted a food garden there. 165 square meters, in my opinion, isn't too small for a food garden. In fact, it's a considerable piece of land. And I'd like to then concur with the sentiments as mentioned by the councillor, and perhaps this council can consider referring the matter back, as we've done with other items in council before, so that the matter can be investigated further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Post, is that your counter proposal?
Please.
Do we have a seconder for that counter proposal of Councillor Coe? Thank you very much. Is there any other inputs? But we then have two proposals in front of us. It's the counter proposal by Councillor Coe, seconded by Councillor Campbell, in terms of the questions raised and the inputs made by the council and wood committee. Can I have an indication of all those in favor of referring the item back as proposed by Councillor Host? Can you please raise your hands? Can you please raise your hands, councillors? 1, 2, 3. We have 8 votes. All then those who are in favor of the proposal made by Councillor Mbungu and seconded by Councillor Nicholas for this item to be approved. Can I have your indication by show of hands, please? 21 votes in favor of approval, and the item thus then carries with approval as per the 21 votes. Councillor Mpuntu.
Just a comment on voting. I just want to, this thing be noted that in this council, even if there's someone that do the wrong things, we can vote for continuing, that person must do a wrong thing. Because here, we're asking to go back so that you can investigate the wall that is built by the person that is applying to this council. And that thing is going to be a bad things in the community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Punto, for your comment made. It's noted as such. We are then on page 2848 and item E272. The proposed alienation of 140 Mossel Bay situated at the Orange Street in Nederland. Mossel Bay by means of a tender process. In front of us, we have our recommendations listed for approval from points 1 to 11. Can I please have a proposer in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burns and the Ward Councillor. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, indeed, Honorable Speaker, I would like to second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for support. Any questions of clarity from item E372 that any councillor wishes to ask? It's Councillor today, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I see one gentleman and many people concerned about the housing. Since in Mossel Bay, we get a big backlog of the housing in our community. So now is concerned about how we can just put again housing there. We are aware of the social housing all part of the country, a part of Mossel Bay. But on the other side, we hear loud cry of mountain view, because most of the people they thought they are going to go inside. So my concern is and the people like now, when we put the people in mountain view, we supposed to have to put the people what you call consumer education. We don't want to see 6 months down the line like the making fire and then storage and splitting and so on, because people take it to the same and you call it consumer education, and then different in rural areas everywhere, so that area will keep clean as you want the Mossel Bay to be a green big.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Very valid input made there in terms of the education when we do developments or when we hand over, which I believe we have also done with Mountain View. So that is a serious concern and comment that you made there, and it is noted as such. Thank you, Councillor Buddha. If there are no counter proposals or any other inputs, I think that's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor. We are then on item E273 on page 2855. The proposed alienation of a portion of earth 12736 Mossel Bay, situated adjacent to earth 2505 in Mossel Bay, which is situated across from number 40 Hill Street, Mossel Bay, by Mrs. L. Lumba. We have our recommendations in front of council listed from 1 to 2. Can I have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia?
Yes, Speaker, I will second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on this item? See no indication. Thank you, councillors. The item does carries unanimously. On page 2862, item E274, the tariffs for our business park in Wanungaba, which is on a portion of Urban 912, Urban 4174 to 4177 in Wanungaba, portion of 9060 in Mossel Bay and urban 15118 to 15128 Mossel Bay. We have the proposals in terms of the tariff in front of us, with recommendation listed from point 1 to 3 on page 2. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Ito.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pumbu. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Pumbu?
Madam Speaker, second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kanamaya. Is there any questions of clarity or input from any councillor on this item? Councillor Buddha, I see you line. No, again, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like that emoji. The director was supposed to be there. You can just give again short summary. Because Madam Speaker, I see this talent here. This question of this business people. My understanding in our areas, you see people that say they're running their business and so on and so on, but you find that people that are selling the chicken legs and then difficult to earn something in that. So now I'm comparing these tariffs here.
Yeah.
Compare with another here, another what you call item here in this book, where we see in technique there is a tennis club, if I can see. If I remember boiling club, yeah. If I compare what she paid and then what the people they paid here, and then totally different. So that is why we take from the director so that you can just explain shortly about these recommendation tariffs here. And then I would like to bear in mind that in our areas there is no business as such. During Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they sell chocolate right in town. That is why you see them in the stores there. They were taken out because they are unable to pay it. That is why I want just explanation later on, and then you compare these two things. Because I understand these tariffs are high. I see the legislation, I see the policy here, but unable to pay it.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. In essence, you saying the tariffs are too high for that community, and you want an explanation on the amount. So we park that question for the director, Councillor Bula.
Because some law.
You may proceed.
Okokuqala bengifuna ukwazi na speaker malunga nalo mhlaba ibekiweyo apha nezitarifu zibekiweyo apha ngoba xa ndijonga ngokoliso lam nako kwethu ikho i-laptop le ukusetsha kwaba lo mhlaba undawoni then xa ndijonga ngokwe-agenda ubona uba yinto seyikhona le ikulo mhlaba ka-6 ka-912 9060 ubona uba sekwisizathu ohlobo ndifunda ngalo apha but xa ndijonga mathrough ilaluka i-TBS le akukho sakhiwo sikhoyo so ndifuna understand ngaba lo mhlaba ka-9060 uhamba uphele endawoni nalo mhlaba ka-912 uhamba uphele endawoni. Then the follow-up questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Debula is asking where is this business park located or situated. So there's two questions, Councillor. To ask the explanation on the tariff table in front of council in terms of the amount, which he believes is a bit too high, and then where exactly is this business park located. Director Pinto, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. The tariffs, baseline of how the tariff was determined was the market value that was given to us by the valuer, which was attached. I'm not sure. My PC is extremely slow, so I'm not sure if that annexure is attached to the council agenda, but it was definitely attached to the committee agenda. That one. So there, the councillors can see what the value of determined, and then from that we proposed, I think it's a 15% reduced tariff for the sites. One should understand that it's rather big sites, and the intention is then to promote your small businesses, but also to promote your light industrial type of developments there also. So I believe considering all of that, that it is a fair tariff considering that council does the 50% reduction or is proposing for a 15% reduction in that. So but that is how it was determined. The location is around the waste transfer station. One of sites are located around the waste transfer station. And next to that, including constructed road as you travel down to the waste transfer station on the right-hand side.
Thank you, Director Finkel. So it is that road next to where our police station and municipal office is.
Yeah, exactly. And it was adopted by council.
That's correct, yes, that's correct. Thank you very much, Director Finkel. So the table then does include in terms of the value and the market rental and all that. So we see it here, and then we see your heading subsidized rental, and indicating that what's in front of council does have a 15% reduction already in terms of the subsidy. Okay. Thank you, Director Finkel. I'm also clear on that. I then see the light. Just stay with me. I'll follow. Keep your light on, but I'll follow as per the red light. I see the light of Councillor Porter, and then Councillor Zabula, and the mayor's light is also green. In that order, we will then proceed with the questions. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for that. Mine is just to ascertain from the Director. You have the history, or there's a norm where you have one of business park, you have also the units, circle, that Mashiva. Now, the item on the table is in line with what is already established with reference to those two areas. Mine is then to know from the Director whether we go into see some form of consistency when it comes to these rates. Because in terms of the board even happy in terms of one person starting a business, the other one starting a business, all goes through the same mechanic. And as a result, one would want to see that, it seems like there is a higher, more honest sort of space at Kwa versus your BIs. That it would be very unfair to see a lower rate one versus higher rates in the BI compared to space, size of the space. So if we can just even out that, I think the question is there the differentiation between the space versus the rates?
Very valuable input there as by Councillor Porter. I just want to park that one for, I see Director Fenton nodding his head, so he's making a note, and then allow to respond. I'll just take all the questions. Last by Councillor Zabula, and then the Executive Mayor.
Njengoba seyixacisile ku-director, yes, unyanisile loo nto kuyibona namkhabe kumqinisekisa kwenza nanzi bobuzwa nazothetha le nto zayenza ngoku ndiyazi uthetha intetho engqalileyo kumhlaba onqalileyo. Madam Speaker, through wena ku-MM nomeya no-director ufendela zoba nasi sicelo sithi njengoba sekukhona indawo yebhizinisi seyisenziwa phayana konomnqaba ezakhonteyina ziyenziwa ziyawenzisa. Then kubekho lo mhlaba ke ngoku nasithetha ngayo mithathu lapha phambi kwam u-912 no-9060 no-1515118. Then imihlaba imihlaba iphakule ndawo athetha ngayo udirector. Benesicelo esithi kunganjani udirector ne-executive nebhunga sivanene ngento ethi lo mcimbi walo mhlaba mawuthathe use kwathi committee ase what one including the community. Kunomba albadi pake sisicelo somlomo Madam Speaker. Dine-informal segment ezi-10 Ward 1, Zone 1, Zone 7, Zone 8, Zone 5, Zone 6, iMarikani, iSnethemba, iReading Safe, iGrowing Hope, iTrustna. There's many talent ikhoyo yemihlaba engekhoyo. So benefuna ukuba ithathwe lento iyoxoxwa siward committee plus ne-community ibonisa ukuthi njengoba ikhona indawo ezibhizinisi so lona umhlaba kungaze abasuwenze enye into andithi uba uphuhlisele for informal settlement but kuyoxoxwa kuboniswane sisonke uba singenza nto kulo mhlaba kuba seyikhona indawo eseyilungisa isicelo sami purpose for Madam Speaker. Enkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Mkhonto. Please be advised that this item was before. But I'll park that for Director Finter. Director Finter, am I correct? It was a council decision in terms of the was included. So Councillor Dabula asked me to take it back to the community with reference to the informal settlements that were raised and indicating that that would possibly, that land could be used for other purposes. But yes, thank you, Ingen. I just want Director Finter for you to that from Councillor Dabula. And then we added that this was in front of council. The executive mayor, Councillor Mkhonto, I saw your light with you. First the executive mayor and then I'll give to you.
I think we can answer also.
You was a mayor.
That's a question.
Quick.
I just want to know the involvement of the community on this.
Thank you very much. A similar question to what Councillor Dabula raised in terms of the community involvement. Executive mayor.
Speaker, I first wanted to reply on the tariffs.
Welcome, Mayor.
Which are around about 850 rand for 1,000 squares, which includes services. I think that's very fair rates. 1,000 squares is quite big. It's basically twice the size of most municipal urban. And it also includes the services, if I've read it correctly. I see Director Naidu shake his head. But I've seen that I've also double checked. That's why maybe they can just enlighten us because right in the last paragraph, the council approves the inclusion of the sewage and refuse removal tariffs in the lease amount.
Yes.
So
correct, Mayor.
So that's included. So I think it's a very fair rate. But they must just indicate. Then in terms of the public participation, this item is just about the rates that we're going to charge. We can just maybe help us with the public participation in terms of the land. I suppose we've already done. We've gone through that processes, but they can just help.
Thank you, Mayor. Your response also leads to what Councillor Porter raised in terms of the consistency, and it seems as if those PIs might be a bit bigger than what we already have, and the Mayor indicated that the already subsidized tariff by 15% in front of council this morning includes services. Thank you, Mayor, for that input. Director Finter, I'll allow for you to respond to the questions of clarity and comments made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, the differentiation of tariffs between the various business parks, the principles apply the same to all of them are subsidized tariffs by council, and I think they are equal in the way we determine it. But then again, it also depends on the sizes of the urban and so on, and the location and so on. That it does happen that there are some small differences between them. But we've seen in the latest, the current adopted tariff policy of council, that they do equal out. And I believe as we go forward with this particular business park, the same thing will also happen. What happened there? Just to bring it under council attention, remember the sites aren't yet serviced. That will be done in future years to come. but there are 2 or 3 of those sites adjacent to the road as you travel down to the transfer station that does have services and which we can actually already make available. There's a great need for business sites and opportunities in Panakaba. We are aware of it. And that actually brings us to the second point in terms of a location. It has been and it was earmarked by Council for Business Development. There's a decision on that. So one needs to go back to that original decision if Council wants to basically not proceed with that. And I believe that is not in the item here today. There's reasons to it. Not often, probably a lot, we get questions and a lot of Panakaba residents visiting us about business opportunities and specific land for businesses. So the issue is also as a municipality, we need to look at our social facilities. We need to look at land for business opportunities, but we also need to look at land for residential opportunities. And somewhere unfortunately, council has to make decision on those things. And I believe in this instance, it has been made with the necessary information provided. And then lastly, in terms of the public participation processes, what we had to do, we've done up till this point in time. And as I've said, more needs to be done. And I'm sure that the necessary public consultation processes will also follow in terms of that. But I believe the necessary process has been followed to make sure that we council can proceed up till this point in time.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive response, Director Faker. Indeed, Pastor Leslie reminded us this morning of local economic development, in particular the area that he mentioned when he addressed his council this week was Panakaba. I confirmed to him that we are serious and therefore we have items as such in front of us. Thank you very much for informing council of the processes. And that this was before the council already to take a decision. Can I get an indication if there's any councillor against this item, or if you have any counter proposal to the proposal that was made by Councillor. I see the light of Councillor Tabula.
Yeah, diving like so yeah, director. Putting up and fixing like so yeah. Yeah, but the beggar into any bola. Man, killing our 8-bedroom speaker. This was the issue square meter working in former second. But it all a protector, a more tearing was of issue of your town. Then if I see the strong is already, you know, almost far away to sing beggar. For abantu abahluphekile. Ngenxa seyithatha yonke le mihlaba siyisebenza business. Sibe sine abantu abahlala kwi-informaseke nefomakele indawo. Asibokhele ezinye. Ngoba bafumana indawo. Umzekelo phakathi lapho pha already zikhona i-F number ezikhoyo phayana. Ezi site. And siyazazi lokho umuntu ungayaziyo la ndaba ine-site leya. Yabo. And then xa kwisikhala eside bahlali base.
Point of order raised by the council. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, this item is just about the tariffs. If we look at the item, it says Council Resolution E146, taken on the 30th of June 2022. Already, the land was decided that it would be allocated as a business park. So this is just an item about the tariffs, Speaker. So we just ask for relevance on the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tabula. Can you then just, in terms of the item in front of us, conclude with your input?
It was ready, Speaker. No, the city of order, but in the reason issue a call up and then by every day.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
conclude.
So
it's your third time now.
Yeah.
I'm allowing you. Please conclude.
Then goes. So this is for the city. You what committee? You basta go to Kamalumsha. Then see the Abasha never committee by something is people some. Well, now what you never sit on and any reason. Kind of issue industry take up a bit of speaker as the part of in it. Maybe a public committee, then a committees, Sipu Sebastian in Benko.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tapula. Councillor Tapula indicated when he started that he's not against the item. He mentioned the issue of informal settlement in that area, which includes the space where we're now going to have the business park, which was a council decision, which was already taken, and Councillor Tapula reminded us now of the toys and the burning because of land. Correctly so, this municipality and this town suffered greatly with millions of rands se skade waar die dorp was steeds gehou was ook. And we well aware because we can't forget those type of things in terms of toys and uproars in the community. And Councillor Dabula is indicating that those things come from the community with reference to their concerns to land and so forth. But ultimately is asking that municipal manager, the ward committee be consulted moving forward in terms of this development. Can you kindly respond, Imam? Would you like to respond, Imam? Or we taking note of what council in terms of the communication and consultation by the ward committee? Thank you very much. It then is clear that we do not have anybody against this item, neither counter proposal or questions has been answered by the Pinter. The item will carries unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item 3275, the application of renewal of the lease agreement of 4809 Great Black River by the Great Black River Police Line. We have our recommendations listed from points 1 to 12 in terms of the lease agreement and the proposal in front of council. Can I please have a proposal for the approval?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose item 275.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg. Do we have a seconder for Councillor
Baron, seconder.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron, for seconding this item. Is there any questions of clarity with reference to this renewal of the lease agreement? I see the light of Councillor Kuntu. Only Councillor Kuntu for now. You may proceed with your question.
I just want to know this renewal. The bowling club is it's going to pay 260 per annum. Just want to be, maybe I see maybe in the wrong way. I just want to know that.
Thank you very much. Question of Councillor Kuntu. Comes of the rental amount and that we can as per point 1 in the recommendation.
Is confirmed, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kuntu, it is confirmed as such, as per point 1 in the recommendation. Is there any other question from any other councillor? I see no light, no counter proposal to this. I see no light. Thank you very much, councillors. We then proceed. The item carries unanimously. To page 2873, item 8276, human settlements pipeline for Mossel Municipality. Our recommendations are from points 1 to 3 in terms of what council need to adopt and revise, and in terms of our communication. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, before I do my proposal, I just want to say thank you to the Human Settlement Department and Housing Department for a lot of work and energy has gone into this. And I'm just asking our director, Mr. Pinter, to convey this message. With that, Speaker, I would like to propose item E276 of November 22 for approval.
Thank you very much. We have the portfolio chairperson conveying thanks and proposing for approval. Do we have a seconder, please?
I will second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clausen. Is there any question of clarity Any inputs from any councillor? I see the lights of Councillor Porter, Councillor Buddha, and Councillor Machesini in that order. You might proceed quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I first want to ask a question and then perhaps I want to.
It's fine, you might proceed.
Pipeline. This one. Then I will respond.
Thank you very much. Director Finter is writing that request down in terms of an explanation. Councillor Buddha.
Africa in this item. I see most of the municipalities is concerned about the elders, military veterans, personally disabled, as well as unhappy children. I don't have a problem. Chairperson, I want just to see if we've got this document outside, even in Broadback and Redback, there are informal settlement in Broadback. People who stay in an informal settlement, who, when it's winter, they get cold and so on and so on. If they are not part and parcel of this, the informal settlement in this pipeline thing. But then when they are going to find the house on the other side, you want that we must take a concern about the people outside to see. When we say 60 years, it's okay, but we must say preference. In other words, you accommodate the people outside 28 informal structure in Mossel. In other words, somebody who's got 28 years, 40, 50, 55, will never receive a house in this municipality. People are shared that we are going to build for these people. Preference, they are going to wait a long. So on the other side, the department, servant of there, my friends, I gave them, I think 4 months ago, I took out the list of saved sites in Joslov. Those people, they supposed to receive houses in 1998. The site is well saved. I gave them, I do the work, and then I gave them the list of beneficiaries, and then they are not included here. Therefore, Madam Speaker, before we take any decision, after we spoke about this item, we are going to forward a contract for 10 minutes before we come this thing. If after you take them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Indicating that perhaps the recommendation should read that preference it should be given in terms of those bullets listed, elderly veterans, people with disability, child-headed houses, so that it will not exclude the rest of the community who are in need for housing. Point taken. Your light is off. You don't have any question. Good. So, yeah, you must keep your light on. Thank you, Councillor Nkonto. You can ask your question now.
Okay, mine is to just to ask here when they are saying they're
revised. Yeah, revised.
Yeah, they revised the pipeline project. I just want to know, they are including us. The councillor adopt the revised human settlement pipeline. They are including us on this thing because mine here, when I see this thing is coming from 2015, all those nothing. I'm coming on 2022 on this council.
Yeah, it means that this council will then have to adopt the revised plan, which is in front of you. But perhaps Director Finter can confirm if I am also understanding that correctly. Thank you very much for your question. Can you kindly switch off your light? Those are the questions. Clarity on what does pipeline entails. The request by Councillor Buddha to just in the word preference in the recommendation so that it doesn't include the other people who has been on the waiting list for many years. And then the question of clarity by Councillor Kuntu asking, does this include council list as it reads, council approves the revised housing pipeline. Director Finter.
Speaker, on the pipeline, in essence, what it means is it's a list of projects that start at a certain point in time, certain things to happen with that project, and then eventually it gets implemented, finalized, and certain beneficiaries then to benefit from it. I think the word pipeline is simply because you don't finish a project and then start the next one and finish that one. Then they sort of run concurrently, and so you have sort of a pipeline where all these things fits into. So that is where the word comes from. But yeah, in essence, it's a list of human settlement projects that is planned by the municipality. And that also links up to the question that Councillor Buddha asked in terms of the vacant sites. It's not only limited to these particular wards, so we are currently investigating that, and we want to see if we can get to a situation where it's really a viable project. But it is a concern with us. It's been a concern for a long time that the Department of Human Settlements does not actually give us positive responses back to us in terms of queries, but we will take it forward. And it is important then that for those people that has waited so long, that at least they get the top structure also, which is his concern. So yeah, we are currently dealing with that particular project. Then the issue of the criteria, the item is not about the criteria. Council does have a policy on criteria, but I believe that it's that. Also, the word preference is used in that policy of council, but I don't have it with me currently, Speaker. So I can't comment on that, but I know that is it. As you don't have, for instance, disabled people or your farmers benefiting, then you move on. You don't jump, you move on, and you go to the rest of the people on the waiting list. In terms of the council, yeah, it's a revised pipeline because we use a pipeline that has been coming on for a number of years. So some of the projects that started then are removed. We completed them, they are implemented. Some new projects are being initiated and planned. And as they get funded, they get implemented and so on and so on. So yeah, this is actually a revised list. It's an updated list. If you want to use perhaps another word, one can also call it an updated pipeline.
Thank you, Director Filter, but it doesn't include councillors because we take the decision. That's what the recommendation is. And at the rate of my understanding, it also not
The council treatment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Kuntu. Thank you, Director Filter, Councillor Kuntu. So yes, we will never be included. We take the decision. That's why the recommendation is council adopts the revised. So it doesn't mean that we include it. We take the decision. I'm going to allow Councillor Porter and then the 10-minute break for the ANC to have a caucus, which I think as a goeie galletjie, want ons is redelijk moeg en ons is even bitter baie om hier te werk. Hartelijk Porter, oor aan u.
Thank you to the director that defines the term pipeline. On that note, the mode of contention was precisely of whether post pipeline and or as you correctly alluded to running concurrently. That was the issue. I wanted to know how it's going to happen. Speaker, mine is on the issue of the military veterans. I had a discussion some time ago with the mayor, and I think the deputy mayor, when the issue of the military veterans was discussed. Let me rather put it this way: we proposed area of space for these housings was identified in that discussion. Forgive me if I am putting an informal discussion here. Nothing sinister about it. But if it was a fact that your open plots in Highway Park has been earmarked for military veterans at a time, Here we are dealing with housing. It must be now incorporated into the council's IDP. Question now, is that still the same? That the Highway Park plots still earmarked for that, or is there another space, in our jurisdictional area where we're going to geographically identify land for the military veterans? That is mine for this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Director Venter, would you like to respond? I'll appreciate that very much. After the response of Director Venter, I'll grant the purpose for the ANC, and then we will reconvene in 10 minutes and proceed on the item. But please kindly just.
Speaker, yes, the military veterans, there's a council decision that has set aside vacant plots that was previously developed by government grants in the Highway Park and Civic Park. So those plots are empty. They've never been transferred for whatever reason to perhaps beneficiaries identified at that point in time. But anyway, it's still municipal property. So council took the decision. I don't have an item again with me. It's probably 2 or 3 years back already. That a certain amount of those plots, and it was well listed also in the item, specifically per earth number, which can be allocated for military veterans to benefit. So, and we requested when through the various organizations for military veterans when to submit their applications. Unfortunately, as it's reported each month in the committee, that I think up till now we only have 4 approved, which is too small for the department to initiate as a project. It recommended to us that it should be part of one or the other projects that they as a department are currently doing in the area, so that the contractor can then also build those houses to those 4 approved military veterans. So that's the way that in terms of that particular decision of council, how we are proceeding with that. But then also, you can also include your military veterans in other human settlements projects. Let's take an example. Well, there's some that in the item listed there in future that will happen. And military veterans can benefit out of those projects. So they will be, for instance, let's say in Herbertsdale. For example, we know we've completed the project 2 years back there. If there were 2 or 3 military veterans that stayed in Herbertsdale that were part of a waiting list, then they can benefit as military veterans also from that project. But one should also remember that the Act provides for various ways that government support military veterans. And one of it is a house. It can also be study support, 1 or 2 other things as well. And if you, and that is what we pick up currently with those applications that we receive, if some of those veterans already benefited from government in 1 of the other things that I've mentioned, and they now apply also to benefit from a housing subsidy, that is rejected. That's not approved. Government doesn't double subsidize military veterans. So that is a challenge currently, but I believe various military veteran organizations is taking this up with their members, trying to provide more clarity. But council has not, in this pipeline, has not identified a specific piece of land to only build houses for military veterans. That hasn't done, except the case of Highway Park and Civic.
Thank you, Director Venter. I'm going to grant the caucus now. It's 10 to 12. 12 o'clock. Councillor Portal then allowed your question or follow up when we reconvene. Councillor Meyer, krijg je ook een koffietje alsjeblieft? Jullie lekker van voor af. Ja, je weet niet. Het valt 12 uur voor dag alsjeblieft.
Dat is verslag wat nou weer. Als ik niet hier ben, ja, is dat ik. Ja. Maar deze was een keer Nicholas. Nicholas Thomas. Nicholas Colbisiero.
Yeah, conversation.
Nee? Thank you, Amen. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Yung pension of.
Huh?
Buat bagi kita so.
Wat is die value van die bedrag wat ek ken
Was een goede amount, ja.
as jy begon het soms ja. Ja, je gaat iets meer hoor. Lekker hier. Nicolas ja. Was het kan zo rennen niet goed. Nee, is het een stokje naar die keuken. Dat is gratis, dat kost man. Dat kost. Zeg, dat kost ook nog niet. Contracteer toch. Hoe gaat het?
Wat gaan aan jou? Wat is die filosofie met jou definiëren? Je moet gewoon los.
Nee. Alleen ik alles sneller zien voor de laat ik alles sneller. Ja, nou, en nou politiek man wordt contract. Zij om niet meer in, door die email. Nee, man. We daar gaan we daarom. Nou, regel niet. Ik zou dat doen zoals ik. Ja. Een ding. Ja, een ding. Interference. Yes. Als je Engels het woord. Interference. Hulle wil interfere nou. Ja. En hulle hou van dit, Evin. Hulle hou van dit.
But anyway.
Jy gaan net die koffie drink nou, Evin. Ja. Nou, dat we nou iets drank Evin.
Waar is wat het doortjes?
Speaker.
Ja, kalian mau masak apa?
Gimana itu bilang lagi ke sport ya.
Was het maar eens
Sy sal vir hulle 'n e-pos stuur. My country work, like Mossel.
particularly those elders, the elderly, 16 years and above, that one must really ensure that these people are sorted out. You know, I might be also before I conclude on that one. So the backyard dwellers needs to take preference. You know, we do have illegal land grabs, and we know how people are plotting themselves on danger zones in order to qualify. We know about all these things, but one must be really, precise in terms of the first people and the people that never had a key in their hand. I'm referring to Jalmeida, the Starka, its extension 13, there's Highway Park, Pacific Park. All these new developments, look at Lutuli. You start to build houses there now, tomorrow there's full of sex. And we really need to eradicate that. Lastly, and I might be called out of order, when we talk about human settlement, we must also look at in terms of what type of housing are we giving the people. I'm sure we're not going to give housing without toilets, but toilets where there's bucket system and where there's absolutely no toilet in the house, that must also be incorporated and expedited within the housing projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, mate, Councillor Porter. It is well noted. I have no indication that there is anybody against the item. However, all the inputs have been duly noted, and the request is for manager from all councillors, in particular with reference to the criteria for military veterans, and then Councillor Buddha asking that informal settlements be included as such. Amen. Are we comfortable with that? Thank you very much. The item then does carry unanimously in terms of approval, and all the inputs the municipal manager has noted the action plan. Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move to item E277, elimination of 23278. Situated adjacent to R2402, Tulip Street, Mossel Bay, HR and RR Abrams. We have our recommendations for this item listed from points 1 to 2. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
It is the whole council who is proposing. To have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kallemeyer. Is there any questions of clarity on this item? I see the item that carry unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then item E278 on page 2882. The application for the renewal of the lease agreement, portion of 4807, 14125 of Farm 129, situated in Long Street, Great Black River, by the Great Black River Telescope. Our recommendations are listed for approval from points 1 to 9. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ali, who is the ward councillor there. Do we have a seconder?
I will second, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clarkson. Is there any question of clarity from any councillor on this item? Councillor Gwaza, you may proceed.
Ndiyabulela, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, le item lena ndiyabona apha ngonyaka imali erentwayo 500. Loo nto ithetha ukuthi okokubana ngenyanga imali ekhutshwayo 41 plus minus 41 rand. Thina Madam Speaker, if uyajonga kwi-area zethu, ubundlobongela buphezulu kakhulu kuba abantwana abanikwa i-opportunity apho kudlalela khona amabala asinawo. If uyajonga eWard 2 asinaso tu ispace and i-gangsterism phayana iphezulu kakhulu kuba abantwana abanayo indawo yodlalela. Ikuba baqasha amaholo abaphezulu. Compare apha i-500 just for unyaka. So besicela okokubana loo nto leyo ithathelwe ingqwalaselo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. I believe we today have a council item on the agenda that speaks to what you are raising in terms of the facilities that we have available for sports, and it is in the agenda. Very good input there, Councillor Garland. Well noted. Councillor Buddha, do you have a question? Double 84.1. Point B, yes, you might was
This municipality values the demand, and then it put into 2 million, and then it put 10,000. So I was confused there.
Thank you very much. Clarity on those amounts. Can I please ask the relevant director or municipal manager? Mr. Prince. Mr. Prince.
Thank you. It's correct. That was the market value determined by the valuer, as well as the lease amount, the rental amount, R1,000, and then taking into consideration that it's public interest, it was reduced or recommended to be reduced to the amount of R500.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pons. Councillor Buddha is noting that response. Councillor Gwaza.
Madam Speaker, thank you. In the same point where Councillor Buddha just talk about, I see that yes, F4807, is it the same? The other one, when you go the rental related, the market related rental of F, is it the same as 5807?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Parks.
That's correct, Speaker.
It is correct, Councillor Gwaza, it's the same.
If it is the same, Madam Speaker, the other one is 4807 and other one is 5807.
A typo.
Yeah.
It's a typo, yes, you are correct.
It's a typing error.
Yeah, Councillor Gwaza. It's the numbers there, 4807 and then 5807. So it is an error. Thank you very much. We will then correct that accordingly. Do we have anyone who is against this item or any counter proposal? If there is none, then the inputs made by Councillor Gwaza is noted in terms of the rest of the areas with reference to sports development. We then proceed to item E279 on page 277. The proposed alienation of a portion of the road reserve for situated adjacent to 271 at number 77 Miller Street, Technic by April. We have our recommendation to lift this for approval by council from point 1 to 2. Can I please have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Thank you, Ward Councillor. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any question of clarity from any councillor? Any counter proposal? I see no lights. The item does carry unanimously. Thank you very much. We are then at number E280. The proposed alienation of 16944 Mossel Bay, situated adjacent to 16945 at Wassenaar Road, Samuel Park, Mossel Bay by Judah Breakthrough Ministries. Our recommendations in front of council for approval is from points 1 to 15. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I will propose.
Thank you, Ward Councillor. Do we have a seconder for the Ward Councillor?
Second speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kanamaya. Is there any question of clarity from any councillor? I see no lights. The item does carry unanimously. Thank you very much. We then move to item E281 on page 2899, the Urban Agriculture Project, Mountain View. We have the recommendations for this project in front of us. Points 1 to 2, it is by the speaker, and it seems as if we have absolutely green Mountain View Council of Duck. That's what this item is about. Is there a proposal for the approval as such?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose item 281.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady Rector. She's proposing for approval. We have a seconder for Elder Lady Rector.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. Is there any councillor who has any questions or anybody who's against it? I see no indication. Mountain View does be green. Thank you, Director Finkel. Is het Directeur Neal? Is Directeur Finkel ons nie? Dis die Directeur Neal se woning. Okay, goed. Nee, solank ek nie voor die goed. Dankie, Directeur. Directeur Neal het sê, maar dankie vir Directeur Finkel. Page 2902, we are on item E282. The cleaning and mowing of grass on the portion of 5067 Black River, and it seems as this will be directed now. It served in the Community Service Committee, and we have 3 points for approval of this item as the recommendation. Can I have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second this item.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any question from any councillor? I see the light of Councillor Porter. You may proceed.
Because this one, ecological lines would want to respond to follow. You want to be very objective in this one and look at this thing in various ways. I'm asking myself in terms of municipal service, you walk into or you go into Asla, you see a lot of dumping illegal dumping. I presume one case. The question remains: do we have an inherent responsibility to clean when there's dumping? Are there provisions to ensure that illegal dumping is not taking place, and how do you deal with it? I can see boards up. Now also see people can phone anonymously and report these things. So there is a system that a person that is guilty of illegal dumping, as an example, can be persecuted, whatever the case may be. Here we are sitting with a private property and private in a residential area. I presume, I don't know where exactly in Great Black River this family is situated. I'm not sure why this thing is actually on the council agenda. It might be a substantial piece of land that needs to be cut. This would not have been here. It's just a walkway, 2 minutes, everything is finished. But here's the crux. Once you cut 2 minutes, you know, the hours of municipal employees and staff and materials, infrastructure, everything that goes with it will be calculated in rand and cent. So here's a private property. And because of the traagmany achterverhouding and the reluctance of a person that can't look after his behind, the municipality is now calling on this council to approve of cleaning That's private property. Right? It's a difference. There's a difference between what I've just referred to in Asla, a dumping site, and a person, a sidewalk that is private. The explanation and the reasons being given here is totally unacceptable. Here we're talking about tourism and the image of the municipality. Tourism is not only in a certain space of geographical area in Mossel. It should have been regarded across the country. And I'm noting that the faces, but I want to be protected by the speaker on this one. When it comes to municipal space,
You know, Speaker, time, Madam Speaker, 5 minutes. Each councillor is allowed 5 minutes. Then also with regards to the reference to the facial features of other councillors, I don't feel that's
Thank you very much for the point of order. I'll allow Councillor Porter to conclude. In terms of the rules, we're not allowed to make any comments which is personal or degrading. Councillor Porter did not mention any names. However, I heard him that he is uncomfortable. And I'd like for Councillor Porter to conclude. I'll allow you to conclude now.
Thank you, Speaker. I've even observed the same type of facing in the prayer this morning. So Speaker, mine is to say, when we look at how do we spend municipal money and what type of services are we giving to certain people or areas, we must be very clear not to fall into a trap of wasteful expenditure. When a person is in arrears of 100 rand and a little bit more money in some area of town, we have seen this now with a woman that suffers from oxygen. And that person has been dealt with very strictly. My concern is that we are going to spend municipal money in an area where somebody can't clean and that is not fair.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. So you indicating that you are against this item.
The Patriotic Alliance vehemently voted against it.
Thank you very much. It's noted and recorded as such. I see the light of the executive mayor and then Councillor Host.
Chairperson, after the speaker, I don't understand how you can vehemently oppose something if you don't have your facts. You don't really even know where the place is. Make allegations about people not cleaning up behind them, and then we must maybe get a list from the councillor just helping us to that we can just know which facial expressions we are allowed to make, which will suit him. Since he's made various regards about facial expressions. Chairperson, this is a piece of land right at the entrance next to the river, which has been cut by the municipality for many years. It's not a big piece of land. There's in actual fact pieces of art that the local community in Grootbrak, which tries to build tourism so that the people in their little town can have work. So they're not sitting and talking only, they're working. They've done various things in Grootbrak. One of this is to create pieces of art where tourists go and they take photos and so forth. So it's a destination. So it's not a big piece of land. We've been cutting this piece of land and then it came under our attention that it's not our land. And then the municipal manager, as far as I understand, do have the authority, but we wanted to make the decision here as well that everybody know why he's making the decision in terms of his authority. But yeah, so that's why this item is here as far as I understand it. But it's not a big piece of land. It's nobody's, it's somebody's trust who's not in town. And if we leave it like that, it's looking ugly next to various businesses and public open spaces and the entrance of a area where some of the communities, as I mentioned, not by one race group, various race groups in Grootbrak working together to better the environment. They've created gardens right across of this piece of land and various other destinations. So it's actually wonderful to go there and to see how the different communities work together. They take ownership of their town.
And they've asked us, but this piece of land right across the road, we work hours on hours to make a nice place where people can come and visit our gardens. Right across the road, your land is lying and it's looking like this with the grass and so on, because we're also struggling along that road with the district who sometimes also doesn't clean their sections of land and the pavements and so forth. So that is why this item is here. It's just that we can take the decision in terms of this piece of land that we've always been cutting, and then it came under our attention that it's actually now not our land, but then we continue to cut, especially also for the music festival that they also had in Grootbrak, which was once again also an initiative. And I'm actually quite impressed, and I'm a bit jealous of the residents of Grootbrak taking responsibility, driving various things in their town, integrated stuff. So I'm impressed with the residents of Grootbrak, and if they ask us, if we can help in this small way, this is people, and I agree with Councillor Porter, there's a lot of people who doesn't have respect for nature and for the environment, and they just throw stuff around. This is not the same people. This is people who's actually got respect for the environment and who want to create a better place for their whole community. And they're asking us to take their hand. And I think this is just a small little payback from our side to say, yes, we will help you.
Thank you very much, Executive. I think in the discussion and motivation, it's also included as to what you've raised. Councillor House, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I think from the ACDP side, we also have to commend a community that is taking responsibility to enhance the area and provide an opportunity to draw tourists and so on. You have to commend them on that. My concern, Speaker, is we know that the reason the item is in council is because we are wanting to grant permission as a council for municipal funds to be used on private property. That's the crux of the matter. What I want to know is why we cannot, have we considered or have we done this in the past, just to send, I know we've done this with unkept properties in other areas, that notices get sent to the person that they should clean up the area, and if they don't, that we then bill them. Is that the intention of this municipality to do the same in this regard? I can understand why we are, and I don't object to the fact that we step in and keep the area clean. I'd just like to know, is the trust that's the owner of this property, are they going to be held responsible for the costs that we incur? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Foster. Alderman Boyson and then the Executive Mayor.
I'm just going to respond on because it's my department and I want to respond, and I will respond in Afrikaans. Eerstens, dus appels met appels worden vergelijk en peren met peren vergelijk. Ons weet in die ingangen van Mosselbaai, Louis voor Rieweg, hoort ook niet in die Mosselbaai municipaliteit nie, ons met skoon daar. Dis die een ding. Daar was ook nooit gevraagd rondom dit nie. Twee, daar is sê van die oploping van vullers binne die areas, binne Assen en al daardie areas. Daar was baie gedoen om te jaag om dit reg te kry, soos as opvoedkundige programme en dan gegee deur privaat maatskappye. Daar word daar met JCB's word skoon gemaak in die areas. Daar is strokke wat die vullers ook verwyder in die vullers lorries ry een keer per week in al die areas. As entrepreneurs op die open spaces. Alles word in vermoë gedoen om al die areas skoon te kry. Dat moet nie gegee word hier amper asof daar niks gedoen word. Daar word sekere areas gewerk en sekere areas word daar nie gewerk nie. Dankie, Madam Speaker.
Dankie, Raadslid Boyson.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, just on the suggestion from Councillor Faust, it's a sensible suggestion. And one should actually, and I think it's been considered. The problem is there's no legislation that requires you to cut your grass if it's a green lawn. So that's the problem. But the green lawn grows this long. So it's actually not a big job, not hours of work, but it's looking untidy. That's the problem. So there's not a rubble lying around, and so on. It's just the grass that looks terribly long as you enter the town. So that's the only thing. So it's not there's no rodents that can here, or it's not a fire hazard or something like that. Only in obviously when there's fire hazard, there's only specific criteria on which we can obviously pull the customer and say in no place.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Calamine.
Madam Speaker, as it's in my ward, it's in the best interest of the community. For many, many years, as I can remember, they utilized the area for bird watching, and that's part of the roads reserve as well. So it needs to be tidy, and that's where you get your free communal agreements, your owner, residents, and council as well. So that's why we're giving the approval. That's the authority to the grass, because it's neat. All our roads reserved into Sungraw, everywhere we help. So thanks.
Thank you very much for your input as the ward councillor. Director, now would you like to add any other additional input?
Sorry, thank you, Speaker. I think the Mayor said.
Thank you very much, Director. Now, we then have the Patriotic Alliance who's against the item. The ACDP, I did not hear from Councillor Host that you are against. So maybe you could just your position on the item.
No, Speaker, I think I can see the bigger picture. I can understand that we're wanting to present a certain image to our visitors, and that this will assist with that. My concern was only the fact that the owner would not be held responsible. I hear what the mayor is saying, though, that the challenge there is that there isn't something specific you can charge him with. So I understand that. And then I also understand that we have received legal opinion that says we can use municipal funds in this instance, although it wasn't specific to this item, it was a general opinion received. So with that said, the ACDP will support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Host. And as you also indicated, there are many other examples and stuff. And this is not an isolated case. I see the light of Councillor David Kamper.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, nee, ek is ook nie teen die item nie, maar ek dink ons moet nie die oog uit verloor, Councillor Porter, wat hy probeer sê nie. Die beginsel wat hy sê stem heeltemal saam mee. En ek hoor wat die raadslid Alderman Boysen sê, het is so dat ek het al 'n paar keer gebel vir vullisverwydering by die biblioteek, hy steek die groot lans aan. Net om te dink die volgende dag lyk dit maar weer dieselfde. So ek moet die munisipaliteit die departement van direkteur en jou sê dat mense werklik hard probeer om my bekommernis net weer dat ek sien Israel onthou, Speaker die Israel onthou, ons het so 'n paar jaar terug dat ons getooi by die AGS kerk oor hy dumping site daar by die AGS kerk. Het is nou raadlid en nou het ek gesien, nou dieselfde tipe dumping site, Speaker, het nou oppergeskuif daar in die hoek van die rugbyveld. Nog hulle daar weer bou rommel en mense kla dat hy stof en goed, byna by die mense daaroor, ek weet nie wie toestemming gegee vir dit, of wat is die idee van dit, maar kan jy net dat ook aandag gee, asseblief, nee?
As het goed dan, dat jy nog as jy ook die afheng dat die, maar jy moet asseblief die proces om daar die praktis aan te maak. Jy weet precies hoe die proces is. Jy het nou soos een rugby-speler gekend. En ek wil nie moeilik wees hier, want ek kyk hierna in ons strek al amper by hier, maar dankie Raadslid Kamper. You say is niet alleen jullie Italy, But the position of the ICDP, the position of the PA, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm serving this committee. And I think one of the fundamental issues of this council that to look at the safety of the people. If the branches are walking on the road and so on the pathway, and then we cut it. But the safety of the people, there's no problem. I read this thing. There's nothing wrong with this thing with the ANC. So we support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ANC supporting Councillor Bali. Would you like to keep the position of the Freedom Front?
Speaker, nee, dankie. Ons sal dit ook ondersteun. Want ons weet ook van councillors wat op munisipale grond help gras sny wanneer dit nodig is.
Thank you, Councillor Bali. So the item then carries with the Patriotic Alliance is against and is recorded as such. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move to item 3203, the report of the Overlands Land Slip. And this is to update council. It is a detailed report with our recommendations from point 1 to 9 in terms of cognizance for which area and with the Overlands Land Slip. Can I get a proposal, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to propose the item for approval.
Thank you, Portfolio Chairperson. Do we have a seconder?
As what Councillor Secretary Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan Klassen. Is there any questions from the Overlands report? Any councillor who wants to ask a question? I see the light of Councillor Bali and then Councillor House in that order. You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you. Just curiosity. Number 7. We know that we are awaiting the funds from the Western Cape Province Department of Human Settlements. That provides the 5 million. And then it said that the municipality will proceed with the construction of new houses as soon as funds has been received. My question is just in time frame or location of when we can await this funds.
Thank you very much. Clarity on the time frame of the funds. Thank you, Director. Center is noting that first question. Councillor House.
Thank you, Speaker. I would give the Director an opportunity to reply. Speaker, that was also one of the things I would like to know. And then I also wanted to express my appreciation to the Department of Human Settlements that they are willing to assist these 13 families. And this despite the fact that these are now private homes. Initially a government housing project, but title deeds have already been handed over. So I realize that's a sensitive matter, but it also reminds me of the situation that we had with other residents of our town in CMU, who did not have the fortunate fallback on the department and also lost their homes and received loan. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor House. Director Pinto.
Speaker, with regard to a 5 million claim, half of the money has been transferred to the municipality, and we are busy allocating it to the various, let's call it votes or various purposes / votes as the financial agreement with the department. So it does not include the funds for the top structure. It includes the first tranche is the payment for the professional services, for instance, this report, setting up of a TRA facility, temporary houses. So that's the first tranche that we received. But we are, the funding agreement has been signed. So the second claim, I feel no problem to follow as we process with the appointment of the professionals and proceed with the design of the top structures and so on. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific time or deadline of when the second tranche will be paid. But I don't have that real important committees as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Director Pinto. You comfortable? Yes, Councillor Bali indicate. Councillor House, you comfortable with the response? Thank you very much. I see no other lights. There's no counter proposal to the item. The item does carry unanimously. and council take cognizance of the whole regarding lands. The report with great thanks, Director Pinter, to yourself and your department. Item E 2 and 4. The progress report and amendment to Council Resolution E83 of April 2021, the registration of right of way servitude in favor of the public over portion 7 of the Farm Reed Valley, number 225, for the purpose of a second access road to Danabang. We have our recommendation listed from point 1 for approval before council. Can I please have a proposer? Can I speak out proposal? We have the ward councillor proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Ja, had het council, het is later in de middag, u moet je lucky aanstaan. Because het is allemaal een beetje moe. Dan heb ik nou geraadselijk Anton op record als je secretaris bij maar dank je dat u ook hartelijk aansteekt. Het is belangrijk, dank je hartelijk. Any councillor who have any question or counter proposal to this item? Councillor Porter, Kuntu, and Councillor Buddha in that order. You may proceed. Thank you.
2.1. These gates are these gates are for the public construction. 2.4. That an animal crossing will leave the roads to be visited.
Yes, that's to the place that's included, the animal crossing, and then you, Councillor Porter wants to know if it is, if the gates will be. Yeah, can we just have the images from correct?
Yeah, President, point 4, let me answer that first. Point 4 will only be done if the road gets done. Don't foresee it will happen in the foreseeable future. As far as the gates are concerned, we must remember it's private property, and the farmer would like to have the not when it's not in use, he wants to close the gate. Remember, the road will be used when there's a need for it to be used. That's basically what the gates are there to keep the property closed, not let it stand open basically. That's what the farmer would like to have. I don't know if I answered if the councillor understands what I'm saying. It's only to keep the property closed while it's not in use. That's why he asked for the gates as well. And then the takeback sal eers gebou word eendag as die pad gebeur word. We can't proceed when it will be.
Thank you, Emin, for that clarity to the questions. Councillor Porter indicated that he stands and stuff. Councillor Kuntu and then Councillor Buddha. Thank you.
And Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Namu anduzuma ngaphesheya kule yenziwayo, but ndinengxaki endinayo endiyibonayo apha kule council. Kukho abantu ufuna into oye ubone into yoba bathethwa special, abaye bangathethwa special. Why ndisitsho? Le nto yokunantsika yokwenza le access road Danapai, the second access road for Danapai, isukela phaa kwinto eyenziwe ngabahlali bakula wadi ndikuyo nakule wadi kuthiwa nguward 3 esenguward 3 ngoku bekhwalazela into yoba badinga into yoba banikwe umhlaba sekudala behleli i-backyard dwellers kunye ne-informal settlement. Instead uba umasipala a-adresse loo nto ukwenzela into yoba kuphele ukuwaste imali ngale ndlela kwenzeka ngayo, uye ahambe aye kwelinye icala ayojonga kwelaa cala because abantu baseDanapai baye bavalelwa kwezaa robots ziphaa eDanapai. Yasukela apho into yoba makubekho enye indlela yesibini. Akayijonge into yoba if bano-adresa le into akunodingekala nendlela yesibini eyaba bantu ba-landless. So mna ndinengxaki nento into yokuba kubekho abantu abathethwa special, kubekho abantu abangathethwa special, kwenziwe excuse xa kumele kuziwe kuzo.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. Your input is noted. Councillor Buda.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. As the councillor saying, my colleague, don't have a problem with this item. Or my concern, our concern here. Really similar to this one. You see, I think almost 4 years. I was asking just the directors just to close the truth in Assazan because it affects the children hygienically. They could be inspected under the leadership of Elderman. Voice. They go there. But not in writing. I only find that no, that's that area is expensive. Really is often advantage. If you can see the stormwater said just they must extend the stormwater. So that the kids, the playback they are playing there is not a damage. Compare with this, after these people they make a picketing in the ramp there in Aslapa. Then we managed this municipality was part to create a new road there. Using a lot of money on that side to reclaim, managed to expropriate the land on that side. So let us treat the people the same as the pastor was saying this morning. Please direct us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buda. So the ANC is not against this item. And the request is that where there are other areas as 12, I think that Balfour's Road you also refer to, which is not yet complete. It is also an access road, and I'm fully aware of the Ward 13 road, which is also not yet finalized, so that input is well noted. On the two councillors, I see the light of Councillor House and then Councillor Porter. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the report in light specifically of the fact that the Dunabay community could easily be trapped, particularly after the fires that we experienced there the last time. And that is the reason why we are prioritizing this road, so that there is a means for the community to escape if their lives are threatened. For that reason, I really would like to encourage all role players that we move as fast as we can on this matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your valuable input, Councillor House, and your ID correct. Councillor Porter.
That being said, with the previous councillor, which we want to concur that every community, doesn't matter what the community is, must be safe. Must be safe. Dunabay is that old, but one entrance can't be right. So we're not going to oppose this thing. Also don't want to get for that type of scenario, but just to draw this council attention to the road and what is this extension 8 and extension 13 at the back. That is also a road that one must look at. Sorry, it's not on the table today, but I'm saying there's really a need to look at that also. Perhaps like your housing project incorporated in the ITP, that one also to look at it. That's a matter of passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, and I indeed raise that and touch on that road because I know that road has been coming for a long time and I'm that on the other side of that area. But in front of us is the Dunabay Road and nobody's against it because we understand that it's crucial for this community. With the request that all the other areas be looked at because there are also other access roads. Some have been started and not completed, and just the plea that it is also a priority. Die MMM kennis by dankie die item is eenvoudig. Ons is op item 428. The approval for the purchase of portion 1 of the farm door Fontaine number 245 Mossel Bay by the Mossel Bay Municipality and Sandy Cove Investments, Pty Ltd. In front of us is the recommendation for council to approve from point 1 to 9. Can I please have a proposal as such?
Speaker, ACDP will propose the item with thanks, noting the reduced cost for purchase price.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. U was eerst uit die blokke uit, het ons 'n sekondant vir Councillor Gous. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Gous?
Second, Speaker.
Council Work, is your light on? Can I have the light good?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose that this item be referred back, pending further negotiations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. There's a proposal from the department to look into the item. Can I have your?
Yes, Speaker, if we are discussing the renegotiation of the item, is it to reduce the price we're paying or increase it? If it is to reduce, then I withdraw the proposal and accept the referral back.
Thank you very much. Council Work, can you just indicate there?
Madam Speaker, I obviously cannot speak as to what negotiations are ongoing, just that they are still ongoing and that all options are being looked at.
Which includes the cost.
Which includes, of course, the cost down house.
Good. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Are you comfortable to withdraw your proposal?
Well, obviously, I would like to see that the item be more favorable than less, because why would we renegotiate terms that are more expensive? So thank you.
I see nodding, so you'll be okay. Councillor Kannemeyer, don't worry, everything is fine. We're then referring this item back. Thank you very much, Councillor. We are now at item E286. As ek op die regte item, dat is laat in die dag, ek wil net seker maak. Goed. Page 2920, die burgemeester sê ek is nog op Item E286, the Bayview Community Safety Forum. Municipal substation on Earth 2690 on the Spinach Street, Bayview, for the exemption of tariffs. That in front of us with our recommendation listed from point 1 to 2. Can I have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, as Councillor Porter said, the communities must be safe, so I propose this item.
Perfect. Do we have a seconder for the portfolio chairperson?
Madam Speaker, I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have any questions arising from this item? None. Raadslid Porter glimlag pragtig vir my daar. The item does carries unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E287 on page 2924. The proposed renewal of the lease of a portion of up to 4 Herbertsdale, Mossel Bay, by the Herbertsdale Plainview Vereniging. Can I please have a proposal for the recommendations in front of council, points 1 to 13?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
The ward councillor is proposing for approval. Do we have a seconder for the ward councillor?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Is there any questions of clarity from any council on this item? I see no lights. Then the item carries unanimously. Item E288, the request to erect and display temporary crosses at 3 pre-convening points in Mossel Bay. Listed during pre-circle. Okay. All right, the request is in front of us with a recommendation from points 1 to 9. Can I please have a proposal? And I see the light of the executive mayor.
That's four-sided. I just want to make a small recommendation at point 10. The following recommendation be added after number 9 for the bench.
That in addition to the above mentioned process, delegated power to award to the municipal manager to approve and set conditions for the erection of crosses and outdoor signboards of an inspirational or motivational like nature free of cost. Thank you.
There is an addition, point 10, to the recommendations in front of us, which is 1 to 9. And the mayor is requesting that it added that in addition to the above mentioned crosses, delegated powers be awarded to the municipal manager to approve and set conditions for the erection of crosses or other signboards of an inspirational or motivational nature free of cost. En mens sal nie goed daar aangee vir die administrasie. With that addition, the mayor is then proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder in this regard?
Speaker, yes, you have.
Thank you very much. It is then Councillor Nicholas Boyson. Talen in die kantoor van die burgemeester is iemand wat nou net vir my gewaai het, sal jy vertel. We have then the mayor who is proposing approval, Councillor Boyson seconding. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal to this item? Nobody. Also, we are going to Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Since a few councillors have taken the gap this morning or this afternoon already, I just want to, there's also been indicated that the group's also busy arranging a mighty event for Mossel Bay for next year, December. And then obviously the idea is also to have one day for men and then one day for families. So we're also looking forward to that.
Thank you for taking your gap, rightfully so, Mayor. We're then looking forward to that initiative, which Council absolutely welcomes. As I also confirmed this morning, it is a whole of society approach, better the lives of the people, and it absolutely includes the church leaders, which I 200% support. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillors. Our item carried unanimously with the addition of the which was item 289, Mossel Bay Municipality Pavement Management System as updated during 2021. We have that recommendations in front of us listed, points 1 to 5. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
It is then Councillor Delamain who proposed as such. To have a seconder for Councillor Delamain.
Madam Speaker, I would second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor? Nobody is opposed to this item. It does carry unanimously. Page 2938, item E290. Stormwater Master Plan Sub-Directorate Roads, Transport and Stormwater, Directorate Infrastructure Services. This is Mr. Naidu. This is Superman. Am I correct? Superman. Yeah. Right. Superman has got this plan in front of us, and it is for council to take cognizance. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please? Follow chairperson smiling for me and proposing. We have a seconder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie. Is there any councillor who have a question? Yes, Councillor House, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand that this speaks to infrastructure, and what I'm going to speak about now is maintenance, but it does relate to the stormwater system. I'm quite certain that the municipality does have some kind of a cleaning roster for the stormwater drainage. I just want to express my concern because I have noticed in a few areas. I will draw the direct attention to which areas specifically. The drains have been filled with rubble, and this prevents the water from draining away, stormwater draining. I've recently attended to a complaint where a woman's house was actually flooded for that very reason. So if I can just draw our direct attention to that, thank you.
Was it that in Domingo Straat that, okay, I went for a site visit myself there, took the pictures, and I've asked the portfolio chairperson to accompany me next week to also go there for the follow-up. I am fully aware of that because that drain is right in front of our house. It flooded the whole house with the beds, the kids' school things and so on. So yes, I'm aware of that, Councillor. And the portfolio chairperson received that complaint. Councillor Machisini? Was, yes. And thank you also for yourself who attended to that complaint. Councillor Machisini?
And was Madam Speaker, like that is pause, I wasn't deep, as in
Do we have the interpreter still here? Good, the interpreter is not here, kindly speak English. It's past 1 o'clock and he left at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm below, in Mossel. Madam Speaker, I see this master plan. The master plan, when I see it, as I read it here, is master plan of certain places, as Councillor Posetti, without Ali, you're gonna take attention to director on other areas. I will mention these areas Councillor Posetti didn't mention. In Ward 3 at Callisto, there is no master plan of this stormwater. In No Family Street, Mayegiso Street, Ubula Street, Oliphant Street, Adriana Street, and next to the clinic. When it's raining there is a lot of flood there. And then there is no master plan. I see even that truck that is cleaning stormwater. It's just cleaning for a few hours, but tomorrow is the same thing. I don't know. For me, I think a master plan is the thing that you're gonna take Ward 1 to Ward 15, not that particular wards. That must be a master plan for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for your input. Can you please kindly switch over? Director Naidu will respond and the comments are that all areas.
Okay.
Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I just want to clarify, there's a difference between a master plan and a maintenance plan. What the council is referring to is a maintenance plan. Yes, we have a roster in place and periodically you go into the areas and you clean the stormwater systems, you remove the rubble, or some areas you remove the overgrown weeds, etc. Now, a master plan is when before you implement capital projects, you have to draw a master plan that guides your, the strategy or the budgets that you need to provide for over a period of time. So that is why in this case, the master plan is for the areas between Louis Puri Road and Dana Bay and in that vicinity. Dana Bay, sorry, Edaran, also for the Louis Puri corridor study, that area. So before we strategize on any stormwater drainage systems, we have to have a master plan in place that will guide the budgeting process, etc.
Thank you for your response, Director Naidu, which is very comprehensive. Councillor Pula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy I was saying the director there, because I was thinking about it, maybe to maintain the stormwater. I can't read it. But I want to look at the you can see the proposed street because it's not draining. Then it becomes the water it's playing opposite housing. So what to add for that?
Thank you very much. Director Naidu is making a note. Do you have this item? Most likely on. Councillor Ponti, you may proceed.
I just want to have a question to Director in regarding with the master plan. I've noticed in Aslan, maybe there were no master plan when they were busy building those houses and putting the infrastructure. So if that situation, it's like that in this time, there will be no master plan for them, because what I've noticed there, the drainage system is not right. The stormwater, sometimes you'll find 2 or 3 stormwater in the room. When there's a big rain, they cannot cope with the water, the flow of water. Then the street will be full of water. For example, the Adrian, the 4-way stop before the N2 industry. Every time there's a rain, that area will be flooded of water. So I just want to understand, because of that system. I don't know what when they build put that infrastructure. I will understand Mr. Knight was not there at that time. I think I arrived in 2007 in Mossel. So I don't know who those were, the person that was in charge. Maybe can have a record. Does that person who was in charge at that time have a master plan for that area? But there's other issues. For example, in Kosanamba, there's number of issues in Kosanamba. One, I've did raise the stormwater is not working properly. Maybe it's because of master plan. The sewer system, as you are mentioning, Dalmata, we have sewer system that in front of your yard, in front of your door, because of
Council work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in regards to the item, can you please stick to the item that is serving before council? The additional inputs or queries that can be raised can be put in written form and put to the administration on which they can then reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I've noted the Director Naidu trying to make notes or making notes of all the streets mentioned, but it would be appreciated if councillors can, Councillor Buddha, send emails with reference to all your streets. Councillor Machisini, you raised a lot of streets. I'm not sure if Director Naidu captured all of them, but it would be appreciated if you have time to submit it. Councillor Kuntu, I'll allow for you now to wrap up.
because it's already say whatever you say to me. I will drop, but he will understand that the master plan for other areas, because it's saying that because it's for planning. Then also the planning must also indicate the one that we did in a wrong way before.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Kuntu. It's the Asla Park Director Naidu, which we all are aware of, has got massive problems. And Councillor Director Naidu is making a note in terms of what Councillor Kuntu has. Councillor Machisini, I'll allow you now your second.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
And then we'll conclude on this item, please.
Yes. I heard what Mr. Naidu said, cleaning and master plan is different. As I alluded there, that there is a truck that is coming and cleaning that stormwater. But on that stormwater, they need a master plan that he alluded here. What I want to say.
Thank you very much. Your input is noted. The item then carries in terms of countering Executive Mayor, sorry.
Speaker, thank you. Now, I just want to also, while we're on the rubble and the stormwater and so on, which is on asked, that we also asked our communities to not put stuff in the stormwater. Yeah. Yesterday we took a cow out. Serious. We took a cow out of the stormwater system. Go watch on Facebook.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. That is serious. Councillor Buddha this morning spoke about education with reference to housing. We must, and as councillors, we also play a role in terms of motivating and educating our community. There's all of us are hungry around this table now. I can't say what else comes out of that trends, but it's not good And it is our community who does that. It's nobody else. So Mayor, thank you. And then just a request, that we through our public participation and our media unit sensitize our community around that in terms of not putting rubble and cows and everything else in the drains. Thank you very much. We conclude on that item. I move to item E291, the electrical master plans for Mossel municipal area. The item is in front of us. As per the recommendation, and I kindly ask a proposer in this regard, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain, as the portfolio chair. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donovan. Is there any questions from this master plan? It is a really big document that is included in our agenda, and I know every councillor did read the big document, page by page, by hearing all the laws you confirmed. So thank you. I see the light of Councillor Machisini. You may proceed with your question. And
Yes,
answer.
Madam Speaker, I see master plan well I was simplifying. But I don't see the Mossel base at all. The Kwanongaba is there, but there is no clear what is gonna happen in Kwanongaba. Can I make an example there by at place Bragg River at that power station? There is the details there, they shows they and then they're gonna spend 4.5 million in that particular place. Even those informal settlement who are staying there are not here. Those people are knocking in our doors day and night. They want electricity, but they are not included on this master plan. I was there one day, there with Mr. Knight. Even yesterday, the people were there at my house. They want electricity. If you can explain more about this master plan, I can be much happy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Machisini. Yes, you got informal settlement. Earlier on in the council meeting, Councillor Porter alluded to the fact that we have land grabs and people go and they go into dangerous zones, and then it is then the expectation of the municipality to render services. While we're mindful of that, Councillor Machisini is asking Director Naidu, is this master plan inclusive of our 15 wards? And what is the position around the informal areas? That we also just be very clear on the request of electrifying, because there is legislation. But Director Naidu, I'll appreciate your response with reference to what Councillor Machisini has. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Councillor Majasini has been in my office with the booklet about that big, and there's, I think, over 300-400 names, and it changes every month. But to answer the question, as the mayor has indicated earlier on, Mossel Bay has got 7 intake substations spread across between Glentana and Bochums Bay. Now, in the case of Kwanongaba, there's 2 substations that feed Kwanongaba, Asla, Highway Park, Dalmeda areas. That is the Okotbotma substation, and there's a new substation, we call it the Sonda substation, just outside the Mountain View housing project. Now, this master plan study looked at the current loads at the different substations. They did an analysis of when the peaks happen, and when the off peaks happen, and what needs to be proposed in terms of projects over the next 10 years in line with the spatial development framework, what projects need to be implemented. And so they looked at the different substations and what big projects need to be implemented and their recommendations as far as what projects need to be implemented and when. Now, another important part of this master plan is to look at renewable energies. You will see that there is the recommendation. As far as the projects are concerned, that is reflected on pages 122, 123, 124, 125, and 127. And it's across all the areas. And then another part, as I was saying, this master plan document includes a study on renewable energy projects. Where should we implement them? You must also understand that when, there's many parts of Mossel Bay with very, very small cables, very limited capacity. So we can't simply allow somebody to put a solar plant, at the premises and expect them to feed through the municipal system, or wheel through the municipal system to another area. We have to have sort of certain limitations or certain, systems in place to be able to manage it. Now, in Mossel Bay's case, we are fortunate that we have land just outside Mossel that we can establish a 30 megawatt plant. So the reason why this master plan is being submitted now, you would have, the mayor indicated earlier on that we're busy with certain tender documents for the implementation of a solar PV system. Now, this document will also guide that project that will be implemented, say, in the next 3 to 4 months. The tender will be advertised and it will be awarded in the next 3 to 4 months. We will most probably implement the project as from July next year, but at least by then the master plan studies, whatever is mentioned in this document will be implemented concurrently when the project takes place.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu, for your comprehensive feedback. Can I get an indication? Is there any councillor just to indicate if they are against this item? Because the item for recommendation is that council accept this master plan. The inputs are well noted, and Director Naidu will also see to the inclusion then and further request. No council is against this item. All inputs made by every councillor is noted, and we then accept this master plan, the electrical master plan for Mossel Bay unanimously. Item E292 on page 3078. It is the progress report made with the finalization and equipment of the Emergency Control Center. The recommendation in front of us is for council to take cognizance of progress made with the finalization and equipment of the ECC and then the erection of the 35-meter high mast tower. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, you have a proposal with the amendment that we refer to the JOC and not the ECC. We've covered this specific name in a number of legal documents. So I'd like to keep it to the JOC right throughout the document and for the administration to please take cognizance of the use of JOC in the future.
Thank you, Portfolio Chairperson, requesting then the amendment of correction that it is the JOC progress report. Administration, we take that. Is there any questions from this arising from this report? I need a seconder. I don't have a seconder. Sorry. Can I have a seconder? Thank you very much, Councillor Babuma, who's been seconding that council take cognizance. Any questions from this report? Councillor Gauss, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP takes note with thanks of the report. We did raise 2 questions, which we never received a reply to, but I understand that that will be formulated in the quarterly report from the NPC at the end of this quarter. So I'm looking forward to seeing what monies has come in, what rentals are currently in place, and so on at the job. The ACDP thanks the chairperson of the Community Safety Forum for the hard work that he's doing, ensuring the safety of our community. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gauss. No other lights for any input. The item is then sorry.
Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, I can quickly answer those questions. I've seen the questions and I can answer them very briefly. And then we can conclude that item as well.
You may proceed.
We received 2 questions, and the one question was with regards to lease agreements that have been formulated. I can list some of them, Councillor, through you, Madam Speaker. The helicopters have been concluded. The lease agreement and the MOU with docks have been concluded. The MOU and the lease agreement have been concluded by the Garden District Municipality. We're currently busy with the Western Cape Liquor Board to formalize that specific lease agreement and MOU. We are looking at endangered species that need to also be completed as soon as they've indicated buy-in. Then we received notification this week of correctional services coming in, so that the MOU needs to be completed there in a lease agreement. The mast we've taken care of, and then we're also looking at neighborhood watches and CPFs. And the reason why we haven't concluded them, Madam Speaker, is because the MPC have only recently been formulated with the board and with specific resolutions with regards to specific items. So we could only conclude that once we knew what sort of rental we're looking at potentially or contribution from neighborhood watches. So that's on the lease agreements, and I think that would suffice in terms of the answer there. The second one was the question with regards to donations. That's also very quickly. We received a donation from council under section 67, which I think you're aware of. And then there was a fundraising in terms of the function for the premier, which helped us to contribute. That's sure that you can actually execute that function. So other donations have been received today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your comprehensive response and feedback. Now all councillors are also up to date. I'd also like to express our gratitude to Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much for the work that you do. And the team that you responsible. It's appreciated. And as everybody agreed today, the safety of all communities is our priority. Thank you for the receipt today. We are then on item E293, the progress report with reference to the K9 unit. Councillor Buddha, I just like say points 1 to 5 for council to take notice of the K9 unit. That's not the older story there, that's it, Leon. Can I have a proposal that council then take cognizance as such?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have a proposal. In short, they should start in the next week with the slab so that we will move into phase 1. So I'll also take the gap as the mayor has done. So we're well on process.
Net doen so ons sien u is baie trots, baie dankie. Do we have a seconder for Councillor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you have seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Babuma, for seconding. Any questions from the dark unit report? Councillor Campbell, you're right. Councillor,
yeah, I just want to know about the dogs that will assist us to fight crime. In my area, the crime there will be drug dealing and the other thing of people that are stepping each other. So I just want to know these dogs will be able to trace the drugs where they whatever.
Raadslid Van Dijk, oor aan u om ons in te lig oor die honde.
Madam Speaker, would you like a short or a long?
Baie kort asseblief, Raadslid.
Yes, they will certainly be enabled through training. One dog normally fulfills or executes the duties of 8 officers. That's why dogs cost what they cost once they've been trained. And certainly they will be trained in a range of specifics. One would be drugs. One would be explosives. And then also endangered species. So, and then there's a 4th dog or a 4th kind or 4th category, and that would be to help us when we have issues where we need to rescue dogs. Sorry, you see my language also got tied up. So yes, the dogs are coming, and we're starting in phase 1 with 3 dogs, and then we'll expand as we build. But we first have to build the cages, and that happens next week. So yes, certainly, and we've also made sure that your ward and other wards in that vicinity gets the dog unit placed there. So to answer that question, because that will also come in the next round. So they will be suited and fitted there.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. We also have dogs, toy dogs.
Yes, but
Ja, dit is 'n rede kan die raadslid vir my aanbied.
Madam Speaker, the dogs will not be trained to bite. That's the short to that answer. We as a council would not like to have silver plates. So, yes, but they can bite, but they shouldn't.
Ja, dankie. Ek sal weet van enige sulke aksies. Wat aanse nou? Councillor House, thank you very much.
Speaker, it's unfortunately that I will now be wetting this jovial atmosphere with my comment, but I feel it's a necessary one. That I thank this municipality via the Safety Directorate for the responsibility that they've taken to see that our communities are safe. And it's unfortunately become necessary due to the failure of the ANC states, the ANC government, to keep communities safe. And for that reason, I can sincerely hope that no political party is going to rescue them in 2024 with a coalition.
It's not on the table, Speaker. It's not.
I apologize for that.
And not on the table, Speaker.
I see the light on the mayor.
The told you.
Councillor De Bula, then the mayor, then Councillor Matches.
I realize what this dogs there. Because I'm not sure 100% these dogs I was working on with this, I was saying, agenda. You see. And then another one I want to raise this council and speaker. I remember 2 years ago, the operation got about exactly the community. The police is there and the dogs are there. They did not get any drugs. Then the following day, the community was standing themselves. They also taking housing. And then was get the drugs in the back of the container. A lot of drugs was get there. But the dogs were dead. You see. So I'm very worried. I'm not saying it's not right, your idea, servicing of the community station. But I'm saying I'm worried because I know for 2 years ago, the dogs were there, don't get for the drugs. Then the following day, the communities go there, was got for the drugs. So I'm not sure this dog was trained more than what this dog was there right now in the police.
Thank you, Councillor De Bula. The chairperson indicated that the dogs will be trained, and we really believe that they will contribute. The police must do their job, and this municipality, through the safety department, will also play a role. Mayor, Executive Mayor, your comment? Yes, Councillor Matchesino.
Madam Speaker, I think Chief Whip Border is supposed to take an order on Councillor House. Because that item, what he's talking about was not here.
Yeah.
But instead, the DA councillors was laughing, all of them, even including you, instead of making on order to bed. Because if you can do that, all of us here, I don't think you'll be right, will be a chaos.
Yeah,
You're supposed to stand for that.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Coast mentioned that on a lighter note, as a joke. That's why people laugh. Yes, I also laugh because Councillor Coast was saying it as she said it. I take note of your comment. The light is now by here.
Speaker, I just want to say I was very impressed with Councillor Dubula that he was not distracted by the comment. Then I wanted to say it's too early in the term to talk politics like that in council and too late in the afternoon, but the time will come. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Colleagues, please.
On the lighter note.
Yeah, it's just your comments.
I won't comment, just on the lighter note. I will ask Councillor Host to withdraw. If he's not to withdraw, we'll also discuss politics now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Host. Kan Host die lig kry?
Speaker, thank you. I'd like to place my comment in context. The context is that we are discussing an item, not only one, but several on this agenda that has cost these residents millions of rands. That would not have been necessary if the government of the day, let me then not name names, if the government of the day was fulfilling their function. And I've mentioned it in that context.
No, Speaker, no, you can't allow this.
Must discuss politics also.
It-
On the context.
It's also politics.
On the context
You
of
can't allow
this
that.
agenda. We are in this situation because of the previous advantage people that are on this year. They are still. No. He was making a point there. We are here. The government that is talking about is trying to readdress the issues that were created by the people that came in South Africa. And
thank you, Councillor.
okay, that we're taking land for a lot of people of the indigenous people here, and now we have a lot of things that we must deal with. One, landless. Two, there's no moral. Three, we have people that were killed. We have no culture. That still need to be readdressed by this government. And people that were signed with the previous leadership of ours, that we must have a way of to treat to treat each other in a harmonious way. But they are the one that stepping back and blaming instead of coming forward and assisting.
Thank you very much. We then conclude on item
Nicholas Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if I just may quickly, Madam Speaker, councillors have now expressed their political opinions, which they are entitled to. I think two sides have now spoken to an issue, and we take note of what both have said. I would just, as the council, would like to ask that we refocus now again on the council agenda. Please proceed there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alderman Boyson. On the request of the council whip, I rule that we then conclude with that. And unfortunately, Councillor Boyson, I don't now give you an opportunity because I'm putting the request. I would like to request, if the speaker does not recognize you, don't jump. We've got order in this council meeting, and don't shout at me if you want to speak. Put on your light and you wait till I recognize you to speak. Thank you very much. We conclude with item E293, We are then on item 3294, progress made with the establishment of the Tactical Response Unit. For council to take cognizance as per points 1 to 4. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do, Councillor Leon van Dijk.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for Councillor van Dijk?
Yes, Speaker, you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Is there any councillor wishing to raise anything from this report? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP recognizes the right to shelter for all people of South Africa as it's enshrined in the Constitution. This is, however, listed as a progressive right, meaning that as funds become available, this right shall be realized. A home confers dignity and respect and honor on a human being who has inherent value because they were created in the Creator's image. For this reason, Speaker, this is a difficult item for the ACDP. However, private property rights can never be ignored. If these are not protected, we will have chaos and land will become valueless in South Africa. And we'd like to note that illegal occupations are indicative of failure to provide adequate housing for the people of South Africa over the last few years, decades actually. And for that reason, it's difficult to consider throwing people off land, but we have to protect the land, as we have seen just recently with one of the protests in our town, where land that was set aside for a development was now made minimized because of illegal settlement. And the services that this municipality was going to provide could not be provided because of that. And so for that reason, the ACDP supports the Tactical Response Unit.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Any other input? Anybody who's against this item? I see no lights. The item then carries unanimously. Item E295, Mossel Traffic Services Rank Structure and Insignia. Can I please have a proposal that council take cognizance? We had a previous item for law enforcement and the fire department, but this is now for the traffic in front of us. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, you do, Councillor van Dijk. And that being said, we only need to do security services still in terms of the rank structure. So we finalized all the other services within the portfolio so far. So soon that will be finalized as well. So yeah, I propose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for Councillor?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma, for seconding the item. Any questions? Then unanimous. Item E296, the Disaster Management Plan for 2022, as per the recommendation for council to take cognizance, point 1 and 2, that the approved disaster management plan be adopted in the IP. Can I have a proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. And with that, I would also like to thank Acting Director Johnson and his staff for the report. We anticipate that more will change in the future, but certainly this is a very good report for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, you do have a second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma, for seconding. Indeed, Mr. Johnson, well, thanks to you as a department. Excellent report. Very much needed for our municipality. Any questions to Mr. Johnson from this report? To the light of Councillor Matusini and then Councillor Mpuntu, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on a disaster, there is something I don't understand. What is a disaster? Because the people, I'm happy when Deputy Mayor was there at my ward, helping those people there. Even today, they don't have a place to stay. I wanted clarity on a disaster, which type of a disaster is. Because they just give them food and the blankets, but they don't know where to put them for sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mkontu.
Yeah, I want to allude with my colleague that some of the things that is just we don't understand how they work. Because if you have someone burned with a shack and burned down and there's someone that was died there, it will not recognize as a disaster. I don't know how to come on those issues. We have a lot of shacks that were burned. I've raised in this council in November. And those people they are not even yet assisted by this municipality. So I don't understand when you're talking about disaster, it comes whatever people are saying about the municipality, that this municipality is taking care for the rich people and the people that will be so happen to have a lighter color to other people, because those people are not feel
Councillor Mkontu, you can't
taken care of.
Please just refrain from now bringing that things in when we refer to color. Don't refer to color. Please just put your point that you can understand what you're asking. You're saying you agree with Councillor Mkontu. Can you please conclude with your input? Thank you, Councillor Mkontu.
I'm saying, Madam Speaker, people with complaints that they are feeling when these shacks are burned down. You won't see this sense of urgent. You don't see these things of there's a disaster in that area. When the shacks, more than 9 people, they were burned down, but their shacks were burned down, their material were burned down. Even there would be a life that was lost on that fire, then that thing will not treated as a disaster. It's very bad. And people, they are saying what I'm saying.
Councillors, thank you very much. It's late in the afternoon, but my brain is fully functioning. On this disaster management report, page 3101, at the top of the page, it gives you the definition of what a disaster is. Then it explains in the following paragraph what disaster management is. It means people have not read their reports if such questions are being posed, and I'm very, very serious when I ask you. Please, councillors, please. Let's not sit here and make a mockery of what we're busy with. The things that have been asked is very clearly in the report. Turn to page 3101, please. You'll find it on both paragraphs there from the top. Director Johnson, would you like to respond?
Madam Speaker, you are 100% correct. We're looking at the national legislation, the Disaster Management Act clearly states what the municipality must have in place as a B municipality. So from a national level is a disaster plan, provincial level is a disaster plan, district level is a disaster plan, and then on a B municipal level is a disaster plan. I can say that from national, they've audited Mossel Bay and we were found to be the best in the country for what we do.
Can we have the light from Mr. Johnson, please?
I understand the questions of the councillors. Residential fire is not classed as a disaster as per the Disaster Management Act, nor is an informal residential fire classed as a disaster by the Disaster Management Act. A classification can only go through council once approved, and the request is then sent through to the district and then to the province. The province will send out the delegation to do an investigation and then get a finding on what the classification would be for the incident, like we've seen in previous years, in floods, in fires, and all other events as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Municipal Manager, can I ask the councillors raise the issue of what support are being given to victims when their houses or sheds are burning down. And we, of course, have compassion with that. I just want to ask through you, Emmy, some of the responsibility lies with Director Nell and others with Director Pinto. Can councillors just please be informed in terms of the criteria and what specific this municipality does in terms of incidents where people have their houses, whether it's a shack, because there's also a different criteria and a difference between private property, which is a home, the steenhuis, the brick house, and the shack. Can that criteria and action plans please be provided to all councillors in terms of what we need to do, and maybe just indicate which department is responsible for what when a fire occurs, so that councillors knows exactly how the workflow is. Thank you, Municipal Manager. Unless such, Councillor Van Dijk.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to digress on where we are, but I think if we look at the urgency and the accusations that have been made by a previous councillor, we have asked repetitively, twice in committee meetings for councillors to come forward and email us with the correct issues at hand so that we can assist. I have not to date received one email. So every time this accusation comes to the forefront, it comes to committees, yet we're not addressing this. So if we in council and we're serious about addressing the needs of our community, then please let us do so so that it gets to the portfolio chairpersons. We should stop the accusations in council meetings. Let's get through to action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any councillor who is against the disaster management plan?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Machisini.
Madam Speaker, that's why first I said I want clarity on the disaster. And when I said we, as a mayor, deputy mayor was there at my ward, I was not making a monarchy, what you call it. We didn't do that. And then I didn't write it purposely to him. Doesn't mean, because I want to know exactly what is happening to me. And as deputy mayor, go to my ward and do whatever he like without informing even me there. That's why we want to understand the disaster, what that means, because the main I understand, maybe I just put it on other way. Two, we are not lying when we talk about this disaster or what is happening in our wards. We know what is happening in our wards. We know what they're supposed to do. That's why we say MM must tell us exactly what we must do. That's why we ask these things here in a council. We can't go down and write and do whatever. We're supposed to ask the things here in the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machisini, and we will then provide you with that whole action list within the firing area that you can know which department is responsible for what.
Thank you.
Councillor Kentu.
We do follow the whole process. And after I followed the whole process, I was in a MM's office. I even invited and I said, go to the director center. I was in the fire department. Which department that I must go now? Maybe I don't know. But the reality here is that the treatment must be the same. Let's have the treatment the same. If I'm raising an issue in the council, I must not refer back to the committee. When I have people that are big people here that's supposed to take a decision. I've raised that thing was last year. I was early coming in the council last year, November. they have everything. They go everything. They go to any door knocking. It's a strange to say that you were looking for a letter, but I already submitted everything that comes to your portfolio. But I just want to understand here on Mossel municipality public unrest contingents plan Tanapa. It's also part of this disaster.
Thank you, Councillor Mkuntu, and I can confirm that we will then now issue every councillor with that action list that you can know exactly where to go to or when issues arise in the area, the emergency. You're asking about the contingency plan that is part of the disaster management plan. Mr. Johnson.
The Speaker, part of your disaster management plan is contingencies for risks that has been identified, and one of the risks identified is public unrest, and that is why plan is drawn up. The same as for drought, the same as for large fires, the same as for flooding, epidemics, and all the rest as we've seen in the COVID period as well. And that plans are mostly in draft format, so it can change at any time. That's the contingencies. So there's a contingency for poverty alleviation and the rest as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your comprehensive feedback. And ultimately that forms part of the disaster management plan because it's the risk that has been identified, of which Tanapa is one area as per the previous council item that we had, because they don't have an access road and they have been kept hostage due to flood. So that's very clear to understand. Councillors, is there anybody against this item? We have exhausted the debate. All the inputs have been noted, valuable. Thank you very much, councillors. And then the MM will assist that councillors get the procedure in terms of the checks and balances. The item carries. Honestly, thank you very much. We are on item, this is Ampada Raadslid Furnace. She's Ampada, hier my next time. Item E297, donation agreement between JPE Fundwijk and Mossel by Municipality on Belgian Button Street. Dis 'n hond. Dis 'n donasie. En men spreek tot haar naam uit vir my, sit aan die lip, spreek in sy naam.
Dis 'n Belgiese woord, jy kan sê Melanoy of Melanois. Een van die twee.
Melanois. Dis 'n hond. Raadslid Buddha. College seats a donation received as per the item. We have the recommendations 1 to 5. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. It's an apolitical dog, so I'll withdraw that. It is a dog that has been sponsored and is doing very, very well. Thank you.
And the name of the dog, Councillor?
Mufasa.
Like the lion.
Okay.
Lion King.
So it's the Lion King, yeah. And the value of the dog is 3,500 rand. Okay, can I have a seconder for Councillor Van Dijk's proposal?
Madam Speaker, I gladly second it. That's your dog, beautiful thief.
Thank you. You second for Mufasa. Good. Is there any questions on the dog being donated to the community safety department?
No questions, just received with thanks.
Thank you very much. And then we hope that this dog, Councillor Tabula, will snuff out all the illegal drugs in the town. Is there anybody who's against this item? Nobody? It carries unanimously. We welcome them. Mufasa as the new dog to assist us with our safety. Item E298, commencement of Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Act, number 3 of 2022, effective from the 1st of November 2022, for Council to take cognizance of the amendments. It is attached relevant legislation for all councils, which includes myself, to be informed and up to date, for this governs us as a local municipality. Can I have a proposal?
Speaker, first.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaRue. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wap. Is there any questions on the amendments of the act? That which we need to adhere to? I see you struggling to get your latte, Councillor Porter. Can I proceed?
This is for the legal condition. Just I'm reading here that the act was suspended. It's tired. But then declaration was only suspended for 24 months. Does this mean that while it was invalid for its entirety, it was still operating for the 24 months? Or what exactly happened?
Thank you for your question, Meneer Frans.
It's the chairperson, it's correct what the council is saying, but it was extended, so there was a time period for it to be resubmitted and to correct the invalid decision. That's the reason for this period.
We understand as such, Councillor Porter.
Yeah. Yes, sir. There's a sort of conflict. But there is with the constitutional court, because you can't declare something invalid and you operate on the invalidity for such a time. It's almost 45, between 45 and 48% of your council period of office that you will work over 2 years. You will work with a law that is actually declared invalid. And that is of concern. I'm not sure we as council going to respond to this. It's the party thing, it's the council thing, the government thing. Corporate government is a mess.
Thank you for that comment, made. Ek sien meneer Prince smile met so wat supporter. Dit is wat dit is. Ek smile ook, maar baie dankie. Ja, daar is veel wat ons kan doen. Dit is ook goed as jy ons foutjie, maar hy is absoluut goed. Baie dankie. Colleagues, we then on page 3299. Item E298. Municipal Demarcation Board, Class 1 Municipal Boundary Redetermination, the M8256. We have our recommendations listed, points 1 to 3. Council to take cognizance, and the annexure is attached here to. Can I have a proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose to put the correction. This is item E299, not 298. What I have before me.
Ja, is wat representative Pankie, Sakoki. Ons support hier as such, asseblief. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Porter? Thank you, Councillor Situnja. In Francis maar ons hoor u. Is there any questions on this item? From anybody? It is clear. Ratchet furnace park daar weer. Dit is amper na Ratchet furnace. Item 3300, use of facilities for sport purposes. And this is what I've been referring to, Councillor Guaza, when I previously mentioned that is exactly for the purposes of what we raised. Can I have a proposal for this item as per the recommendations, please?
I propose Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donovan Clark. And do we have a seconder for Councillor Clark?
Yes, thank you. I'll propose, Madam Speaker.
Your second.
Second, sorry, I'm tired. At the workshop for the wards, as my ward councillor talk here, we will workshop it. It will come to council, but we will first do workshop.
Okay. Thank you. You indicating to the ward councillor that this.
That was like, secondly, but we will have a workshop on for the walls.
Okay.
For the walls.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for informing council. We also welcome
the dogs.
Is council as a flitter. Ons local raad se voorsitter en groep. Die wil nie weer toe ek voor you. We have a proposal and a second. Is there any councillor wishes to ask any question on this item? I see the lights of Councillor Guada, Councillor Kuntu, and Councillor Porter in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you referred or what I just said in item 2E2 278. As we see that under Chairman Portfolio of Community Service that you say that this will be workshopped. We welcome that. But as we said that in that other one, if you check the rental there for the whole day, it's 560 for the whole day. For just for an hour, it's 70 rand. If you check the other side, for the whole per annum, it's 500 per annum. But per month, it's minus plus 41 rand. So now we've got an issue of, as I said, we've got an issue of gangsterism. We want to empower those young boys and those young girls through sport. So if this amount is too high, how can we gonna be able to use those facilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guada. Councillor Kontu.
I want to fully agree with my colleague that when you compare here, you give the other one the hectares for maybe, I don't know, but for bowling and the tennis. When you come to the ward, most of the people that we are using the ward for sport, I was raising this thing in this ward because we don't have facilities in my area to encourage our children to go in sport. Now, when you come to the ward for them, in order to make use of that word for sport, is 70 rand per hour. Then on that other side, per annum, you also encouraging sport on that side. It's bowling, it's tennis, per annum. With the other one, 500, other one to 60. So I don't understand. Can you just maybe as a chairperson of the portfolio?
Yes, Councillor Kontu, you just directed your questions to me. Yeah, bye, thank you. Councillor Porter and then Councillor Tapola. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while we are dealing with balls, sport, there's an interesting thing happening on the roadside of Louis Borrell Road, where people practicing certain sport disciplines are under very danger of that busy roadside. Well, just on the opposite side, we also have sport facilities. Now, I was thinking of investigating this thing as to how available the access and availability of these sports is for the young people practicing these sports, and why not using our facilities during the day? That's one. Two, when it comes to the whole issue and the issue on the agenda, I'm not sure whether our community is well informed in terms of the per hour thing and or whether this item, whether day rate and the hourly rate is only starting from this council endorsement now today. If there has been an hourly rate previously, prior to today, then I think we are totally misled. I'm misled, and that should be communicated. I also want to touch on the issue of why is it that only your sport disciplines is now allowed, you know, an hourly rate or the rates as we have here. You know, there may be people that will practice the arts. We know that arts and culture and sport is interrelated from a provincial point of view. And I think that one must be, you know, shared equally to all those disciplines. Because as much as sport is an upliftment for society, I think the arts as well. Then I want to also take it much a little bit further when it comes to other organizations that may also want to use these facilities and at the same time also reflect on the poor access of resources and infrastructure. Like your Ward 13 doesn't even have a hall. And people now will go to the schools and churches that does not necessarily have, you know, all to give access to the community for these type of things. Well, a municipality must provide this type of services to our community. Look at ourselves as political parties. And here I don't want to put a name to parties, you know. But even political parties have a challenge to go and meet with their constituencies. Who doesn't have the adequate available infrastructure and resources such as halls? Why is it that we must pay, even councillors with our own parties pay 560 Rand for an hour of a meeting? And here, if that is the case, then there's a form of discrimination on political grounds. That is contrary to what is enshrined within our constitution, not to discriminate on political grounds. I'm saying when we deal with this, with the halls in general and how it is accessible to communities from all corners of society. Let us be fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter, for your comments. Can you please switch off your light? Councillor Kepula, Councillor Host, Councillor Giselle.
Another point of supply. But Madam Speaker, I was looking at the colleague was saying right now about this amount of this sports. It can say soccer teams in the Mossel Bank, especially this team was going to division, higher division. That amount that was paid for the municipality is too high. Is really too high for monthly. And then can see this team even don't have the sponsors, don't have any person to support. It's poor people. Another player there is working, but is working in the subcontract. Then I was made for what is called for this one, donation yourself to pay for that amount for the get for that ground to train. So you need to look, Madam Speaker, to look all the issues. Because it can see if can see to treat us equally. I'm sure you take this municipality too high, but if not treat us equally, this municipality is going down, and these people who have come to protect every day, because another people who get the greater amount, another people who get the higher amount to labor the sport field. So you need to check all these things because I want to support in the Mossel Bay. You can see right now, many times we've read about the issue of the boxing, Madam Speaker. If you visit the people who there, these ladies that was putting in the netball, included to visit that shell there, the boxer, the training there, included the professional boxer
if you go to the answer, to go to check that shelf there, the professional boxer. I was seeing the TV, the professional boxer go to the Cape Town, but you see, you can see the venue can training, but they have the community war. Yes, I understand through, Madam Speaker, I understand the right name to try to maintain for the Barcelona community war. But you see, still now, it's not finished. And then I'm worried, these professional boxers, and look, two professional boxing in the Mossel playing, another one is juniors. Then it can get the proper venue and then also treat us as the Mossel Bay teams. We must look all these things, Madam Speaker, please.
Thank you, Councillor Tapula. Councillor Gossos, you like to? Okay. Then I gather from all the inputs made that councillors are requesting, in terms of being fair and also accommodate other sporting codes, which includes the arts and culture, power municipal facilities. Councillor Machusini and then Councillor Poison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is a comment from me. For hiring a wall for a year is a trap, because the community of that particular place, they will not get the phone. Now, 2010, if I'm not mistaken, one of the church ran the wall for a year. When the people they want to rent a wall for a funeral, for sport, they were not available because these people were doing a church there. If speaker, they can change this thing of for a year, is 2000 something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Mike. Council Alderman Poison.
Madam Speaker, en asseblief vir 5 minute kokos roep asseblief.
Focus gratis for the Democratic Alliance. 5 minutes. Okay, because acting, councillor.
It's just what the secretary quickly. I understand that they did go up to.
Thank you very much. Wanneer is die MMO praat? Baie dankie.
Madam Speaker, just our feedback from the DA caucus. I think there was a misunderstanding, whole confusion, but I will let the director explain the whole item for us. Thank you.
With pleasure, Director Nyal, you may address council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we can just maybe have a look on page 3309 at the tariffs. The singular events refers to when somebody wants to host one big event where they will sell tickets and some people can come and have a look, watch whatever event is taking place. It's explained with the hour fee, and that is those tariffs for. The monthly and annually contractual use is if a sport club, and in this case we are referring to, as it's stating above, formal, indigenous and recreational sport. And in the item it also explains more, which is like cloverjazz, dominoes, darts, chess, bridge. We're not going to play soccer in our community halls. We're not going to play netball or basketball or rugby or hockey, any of those things that can damage our community halls. This is for your more, I almost want to say, cultural type of sports that is looking for a place where they can play for an hour in a week or 2 hours in a week. What happens is, and yes, a church cannot book a hall for an entire year, but the annual contract will state, like it is with some of the other facilities that have the Barbarians, for instance, they have an annual contract at Almeida Stadium, but they can only practice twice a week, and they have to pay if they play a game on a Saturday. But the practices are included in your contract. So if the Cloverjazz wants to do an annual contract, they will say, Almeida Hall, we want to do Tuesdays and Thursday evenings from 6 till 7 or 6 till 8, and that will be in their contract. Anything else, they have to pay for. If they run a tournament, they have to pay for it. So it is not the whole time. If somebody come and want to do a wedding, they want to get married on the Thursday evening, and there's the Cloverjazz booking, we will let the wedding continue and arrange an alternative with the Cloverjazz because they paid for the year. And we will say, Almeida is not available. Do you maybe want to go to Oslo or JCC or the town hall or wherever it is available? So this is for that. Other sport that is played on a field, green field, like the soccer that the councillor is referring to. We do not have enough facilities for all the sports that do want to play. That's why practices is taking place next to the road and so on. We are working on that. That is a separate issue. This is only for the indoor. And that is for multi-users. Our facilities like Familiarity at Almeida, Greenhaven, Extension 23, they are all multi-user facilities and the municipality is maintaining that. The things like the tennis and the bowling and so on are single-user facilities. The municipality is not maintaining that. That is maintained by the club themselves. So whatever they do there, they do with their own funding. They lease it and their contract states that they have to maintain it, insure it, and all those things. So if a club wants to come and do an annual contract, or it can be something like gymnastics or a dance or something like that, then we can do it for them. If they only want to use it for a month because of whatever reason, we can do it for them as well. Any other type of rules applications will be dealt with in the standard rules policy. And Alderman Boyce did refer to a workshop that will be held to have that policy revised, where all the other needs, the ward committee needs, the police's needs, the community, the neighborhood watch, and the ratepayers associations and those needs will be put on the table. those needs does not fall into this category that is only specifically for the community halls, except the town hall to be used as school facilities.
Thank you very much, Director, now for your comprehensive feedback. Can I get an indication? Is there any councillor against this item? No one is against the item. All the inputs made are noted, and then also Director Niall explained how we will then deal accordingly with everything. Nobody's against the item, it does carry unanimously with all the inputs being adopted as such. Item E301, availing Soweto camping area during holiday season. For 2023, our recommendations are 5.1 to 3. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. I just take the chance before Councillor Palmer. I would like to propose a site for approval.
Can you have a second, please?
I will second it, Speaker.
I will take a speaker.
On record, your light was not red, you were started. Thank you very much. Is there anybody against this item or any questions of clarity? The item carries unanimously. We are on item E302, and this is where the MM and Director Naidu will now excuse himself, and Mr. Evans will then next to me respond to any questions being raised. This follows from a previous council decision. Payment of acting allowances for directors C. Curran and S. Naidu in the post of the municipal manager. The recommendation are in front of us. Points 1 to 2. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaRue. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Is there any questions of clarity to this item?
No, Madam Speaker.
None. The item carries unanimously. The two gentlemen can please report back to the council meeting. We are then on item E303, the amended corruption and fraud prevention policy and the approval of combined assurance policy. Very important policy. It is attached to the item. We have the recommendations listed 1 to 2 for council to approve. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'll gladly propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a second of the Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaRue. Is there any councillor who wishes to ask any question on this item? I see no lights. Thank you very much. The item does carry unanimously. We are on item E304, and I now ask all the councillors to leave the chamber. All right, Melissa Barker, can I please have a proposal? Council will be going on recess.
Yes.
Rolling from the 12th of December to the 9th of January for a well-deserving break. Can I please have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it was a very busy year for us, and
thank you very much, our lady writers. Do we have a seconder?
Speaker, on this one, I gladly second.
Thank you very much. The rule, can I have an indication who's against this item? What the counter proposal?
Yes, Speaker. I'm against it.
Councillor Fort, I see your light.
Speaker, on this one, the patriotic alliance vehemently want to propose a second.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We have now come to the end of the open council meeting, and council will now move into in-committee. And I would like to thank the members of the public who joined us this morning in the gallery. It has been a very long session, which we are not used to. I think it's the very first time that we have run to over 2 o'clock in in this council meeting, but thank you very much as all committee members and members from the public for joining and showing interest in the business of council. We wish you well and a great day, and we hope to see you back in the council chambers in 2023. God bless you. Ons het twee lede in die galery. Ons vra net dat u nou uself verskoon asseblief. Baie dankie. Die raad gaan nou in komitee in. Met ander woorde, dit is 'n toesessie. Baie dankie dat u oop sessie met ons gedeel het. Baie dankie. Colleagues, very quickly, we have two items for in committee. Is the minutes of the special council meeting held in closed session on Thursday, 27 October. Can I please have a proposal?
I'll propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?